Can't see. Oh, that's why. I'm using the chest mount, so yeah. And I don't have the wireless mic connected yet. Just heading off towards Casuarina Beach. Yeah. Just testing out the camera again. HDMI camera. Probably got another 20 more minutes before sunset, so another 7 minutes for me to get to the beach location. And yeah, I don't have any mounts in this vehicle, so all my other mounts I've left in the other Yaris, whereas the Tarago has no mounts. It used to have one on the passenger headrest, but I removed that for another project and I forgot to put it back on. Yes, life's a game. Life is a game. I left the monitor at home, the Ninja, because I didn't want to damage that. So yeah, I left that at home, and it's not like I'm going to be using that for anything that I do anyways, for the time being. I might play with it when the Panasonic BG-H1 arrives, and try to get the most out of the Panasonic body. Yeah, but I don't want to do it near the beach because of all the amount of sand. So maybe if there's a wedding happening when I'm doing the photo booth and I have the BG-H1 with me, then I might do some testing in that period of time as well. So yes. I also haven't gone through a majority of the settings either, because there's false color, there's zebra, there's a whole host of different features within the monitor itself to use as an actual monitor, and there's also LUTs that you can apply into it as well. So yeah, ads, yeah, sand and moisture, yeah. So if I do an event in that type of area, I'll try to make sure to bring along a sealed container with some absorbent material to try and suck all the excess moisture that might get caught up in the equipment, especially with monitors. So screen. Oh, what do you mean by that? Sorry, screen throw. Ooh. Yes, I believe if you have Wi-Fi, so this particular. You know what? I'm just gonna disconnect the tracking. I'm gonna on the beach, so the wind is very blowy. Please, and then just dump it that way, I believe. Screen throwing. Not. Oh, you mean like screen casting? Oh, that was weird. Okay, we're back. Yeah, that was weird. I'm just driving. I haven't changed anything, so must be the RTMP transmission. And I'm on the wrong lane. Oh, we can quickly change when we get the green light. Yeah, so cinematic. So we need to push forward, raise. Oh. It might be too many connections connected and sucking up the internet, because I've only got one internet connection. I haven't enabled the personal phone yet. So, right. So the chat phone shouldn't be on the Wi-Fi at all. Right, and the personal phone, I forgot to enable that internet connection. I'll do that once we get parked. Because the the personal phone also needs to be charged as well. Because I forgot to charge it. It's at 42%, so it should be fine. So if I remember how to connect everything correctly. So I've only got two connectors brought with me today. That is the Netgear Nighthawk M1, which is connected to the barrel router, and the second connection is connected via the personal phone, which is connected to the same router using Moblink. And again, we are heading towards this beach area. So reception's going to be quite poor. But this is the closest location that I could get to in such a short amount of time. I only left the house at 6. So yeah, I'll probably just hang around on top. I won't go down to the beach because I'm driving the van and I haven't unloaded the van, so there's still quite a bit of equipment in the van that might get nicked. At least he's wearing his helmet, so gotta give him that. Okay, it's well, yeah, there's quite a few tables around, so it's great, and we can position ourselves to watch the sunset. Oh yeah. Yeah, because before, whenever I try to clip Doro, when she was doing Just Dance, the background music would be playing. But with the most recent Just Dance stream, which seems so long ago, the background music isn't included in the clipping. So, yeah. Okay, let's head out. So we don't, so I can disconnect the cable. Actually, I might need to bring that though, if we want to keep the Action 4 charged up. All right, let's, it has been forever. Oh man. All right, let's have a look at the sunset first. Oh, I also got something. It may not show up on stream. It is one of those building platforms you get to build. Sakura Wine Alley. I'll hop over the other side. Let's see. Yeah, I got it. Okay, let me bring that down. Make sure that the fan's working, because the last time we did an IRL test, the modem's overheated because I think it was stuck in this bag and the bag was shut. So once we reach our destination of the table, I'll make sure to bring it out. Okay. Yeah, I've got that. I've got the Sakura train as well. I think it's the train. I have to double check what I got. And it's another thing as well. Oh, Jesus. Okay, this is quite a heavy beast. Okay, locking vehicle. Double checking all door handles. Yep, all door handles are secured. This is overkill. This is too big. Jade! Welcome in, Jade. Hope you're doing well. Just heading towards the beach. Well, this area. Well, I don't know what you want to call this. Hopefully those plovers doesn't hurt me. Don't hurts me no more. Oof. Okay. Yeah, that table looks like it's. Well, this looks good. This looks good enough. I forgot to bring the. Dang it! I forgot to bring my tripod. It's not that far away. You know, I'll get the tripod because I need the Action 4 to be. I usually have a small tripod to mount the Action 4 really quickly, but I removed that and placed it in a different location, and I forgot to put it back in the bag. All right, let me go and grab that tripod. It's the Ulanzi quick release or quick setup tripod. The MT7, I think it was. Please be in here, please be in here. Yes, it is. Haha. Yes, plovers. The devil. Got the tripod, Ulanzi stick. Although they don't put the model numbers on the stick. So, yeah. Oh, just double check the car is locked again. Very pedantic, especially in this area. This area has been known to receive theft from vehicles and damage. Ooh. We could use the perch birds as a targeting point for the camera too. All right, let's place everything down. All right, I just need to make sure to pop out the modems, because this thing tends to overheat whilst in the bag. And I might just bring up the phone just so it's outside. Make sure the fan's turned on. Yep, right. Cool. King, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Jade, Sebastian Jr. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, these birds are crazy. Okay, let me deploy this out. And now tap out. Okay. We don't have the wireless mic, and I've already started streaming, so I don't want to. I mean, I could just stop the stream, re-engage the mic. It's fine. All right. So. Am I in frame? Up higher. Needs to be up higher. And I'm watching the preview and it is delayed. So give me a second. Yep, go up higher just a little bit. Oh, but I can just use the front facing camera too. Alright, there we go. Quickly reposition. And I'll just put the phone. Make sure that Moblin is running. Yep. I wonder if there's still a this is very much of a tense quarter. Maybe. Alright, so let's remove all this and I'll show you the main part. Okay, this is the Sony A6300 rigged up with the cage, top handle, side handles, as well as the battery plate that we have here. We are just using an NPF battery just to provide top-up power to the camera itself. I am looking into other battery options for the Ninja, so that in the event where this main battery dies, the Ninja and the camera will still be operational without any disconnects or cutouts. Yeah. Right. And I've just mounted this onto a ball head with a panning 360 mechanism. Let's bring it down. And you guys, can you see that? Right. So A6300 NATO rail top handle, 18-105 lens, f4. Small rig cage, and then two small rig handles on either side, mounted onto this battery plate here, which is also Arca Swiss, which then the base of the battery plate also is Arca Swiss, which is then mounts onto this. So everything is Arca Swiss. Okay, let's just quickly get that. It's locked down. Okay, so today's test, we'll be doing two tests. The first test will be using a HDMI to USB adapter. This particular one has the ability to have power delivery inside of it. So that way then it keeps everything more minimalized. So we have a HDMI capture device with power delivery. This here is a charge power bank, 5,000 milliamps. Let's get that powered on and we'll plug it in. This is just the cable to the power bank if it needs top-up power. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the ability to act as a UPS, so if the power bank is charging or gets disconnected during charging, it will reset the entire system. So I'm now mounted it into a 3D modeled print. That was the iPhone that fell. Shit. Welcome on in. So right now I'm about to do a test using the Android smart device connected to a HDMI to USB capture device along with the power bank to push out a RTMP stream to Moblin running on the iPhone. So let's get that started now. We'll power on the camera. We'll connect the HDMI to the HDMI capture, and just put that on. Okay, now yeah, I'll be broke. Ah, shit. It bent the pen. It fell, and the charging adapter bent. So that's supposed to be straight. Oh. Nope. Okay. I've got spares at home. I've got spares. We've got enough battery in the iPhone, so it's fine. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. That's why we need to battle test shit. Okay, let's see. Where are we? Let's get back, because the sun's draining, so we need to be very quick. At least the weather seems nice there. All right, let's flick over to Moblin. Make sure that the RTMP server that I created for this setup is active. And okay, so right now I'll navigate to the app that I'll be using. I'll be using the USB Camera Pro app. This will allow the ingestion of the HDMI video into the Android smart device. Now all the settings are set to the previous setting. I'll just switch it back to P and ISO. We go to auto. So everything's set on auto now. Alright, let's so if it's not straight, doesn't mean it has to connect mouth to mouth. Docking. The system is moving to SRT from Osmo Action 5. So now we are adding just a standard HDMI based device. In this case it's a mirrorless camera, and now we're using an Android device to ingest the HDMI feed and then pushing it as a separate RTMP stream. So let's start that now. Live push RTMP, and now on the bottom of the screen you should be able to see the my hand in front of the screen. There is delay, unfortunately, so it looks like the Action 4 is slower, but one way to remedy this is to restart the entire RTMP server. So I'm just going to switch over to the front camera. RTMP server. That will now switch back to the front microphone of the iPhone, and now I'm going to re-enable the RTMP server. Give that a moment and wait for that to connect, and we should have connection. Now if I go back into the Action 4 scene, I will now start the process to try and make sure we have synced. Snap. Okay, so the Action 4 is let's have a look. So the Action 4 is slow, but for now let's just concentrate on the camera. So let me just switch over to Action 4. So right now you should see the big screen as the stream coming in from the DSLR camera, the mirrorless camera. I'm slowly panning the camera now. The microphone, I'll just double check which microphone it's using. Okay, it's using the Action 4's microphone. Right, I'm just going to lock down, or I might this down here, reposition the camera to try and aim at those birds on that light post. Lock down the camera. Okay, now let's zoom in. So that is the Sony a6300 using a HDMI capture device connected to a Android smartphone, which is then pushing an RTMP stream to the Moblin app. All of which are connected over this travel router with internet and its own power bank. So let's just slowly pan a little bit over. The sun is setting and I'm in a position where I can't see shit. That's fine, we're here. So that is how I'm able to utilize a smartphone as well as a HDMI capture device in order to push an RTMP stream. Now, I do want to showcase another device that I've been working on. This is a build utilizing, well, let me just switch to a different, yeah. This is a build utilizing a small single board computer called the Radza 03W, and along with another USB to HDMI capture device, we are now able to utilize just this to start streaming the camera feed without the need to use a smartphone. So if you want to compare, this here is the smartphone with a capture device and a battery, and this here is just the board with a clamp to mount a generic sized battery on the rear, so it's not tied to a single design battery. So now if I turn the camera, I'll zoom out as well, you'll see how the size difference between the two. I'll just align that just a little bit more, and I'll add the power bank so you guys can actually see what it looks like fully configured. So this is the HDMI capture device with a smartphone, and this is the 03W board that's been programmed to connect to the router, as well as programmed to auto start streaming to an SRT LA server. So let's now turn off the stream from the phone. I'll have to push stop. Okay, remove the eject exit. I will now remove the HDMI cable from the camera, sorry, and now I'll remove the device. So this is for those who already have an existing smartphone, specifically an Android device. All you need to do is literally purchase a HDMI capture device with power delivery pass-through. Now I will use this. Now let's mount that on. We'll mount it to a position here, and I will now connect the HDMI to the incoming port. And now I'll get my phone, because I need to do a stopwatch of how long this takes to power up and then start streaming. Okay, and okay, we are now starting the stopwatch. We've powered on the 03W device. We have already connected the HDMI to the 03W device, and now from testing, it ranged between 75 seconds and 100 seconds before seeing the picture show up on stream. Now it's going to show up in the bottom left hand corner of the screen. Have you tried any cams directly CSI? No, I have not yet. I haven't actually played around with that before, so yeah. I guess I want the freedom to be able to reposition the camera, hence why we have separate cameras that's communicating wirelessly. CSI camera will be attached permanently to the device in question, so I guess if I needed an angle from that point of view, then maybe, but for the time being, no, not yet. All right, we've just hit a minute and I haven't seen anything pop up yet. Yeah, the Raspberry Pi does have the CSI connector as default. All right, and I will get ready to stop the stopwatch. Let me just quickly check to see. Oh, maybe not. I'll have to switch over. So it does do a couple of disconnects and reconnects before it is stable. All right, so 1 minute and 38 seconds. That is how long it took for this device to power on and start streaming to the Moblin app without the use of a smartphone or any interaction with any other device. It's just literally plug and play. And now I will slowly pan across and do some videoing. And where's that post? Oh, okay, it's not there anymore. Let's aim for here. Okay. So, yeah, so it took about 1 minute and 38 seconds for the 03W device to be powered on and then to start streaming to the Moblin app. So yeah, I think that's pretty good for a literal plug and play assembled device, as opposed to connecting the HDMI cable to here, opening up the app, making sure that this phone is connected to the same travel router over its Wi-Fi, and then pushing the actual live stream from here. So yeah, I think it is pretty good. In terms of cost, the 03W board itself, the specific one I'm using is a 2GB RAM with a 16GB eMMC. Now that costs about $50 Australian, with another $20 delivery, so that's $70 right there. So that's $70 plus the Ugreen HDMI capture device. That was about $40 from Amazon. Yeah, about $40 from Amazon, and so $70 for the 03W board with shipping from AliExpress. $40 or $35 for the Ugreen HDMI capture device, and then another $15 to $17 for the USB-C to USB Type A OTG cable with power delivery pass-through. So 70 plus 40, 110 plus another 20, $130 just for parts to start the 03W build for streaming. Imagine if this was a geared head. How cool would that be? So yeah, so about $130 $30 just for the bare minimum parts, and then a micro SD card to install the IRL box software, which is about what, $15 for a good class 10 card. So that's under $150 Australian of all the parts listed. And then the fan. We need a fan. So the 03W runs quite hot, so you do definitely need a fan in order for it to be cooled. So depending on the fan, you can probably do $20 to $40 depending on the type of fan you want. I chose the Noctua fan because it's quiet. It runs very quiet, and the one that I got is 5 volt. So that's a Noctua fan, and then small heat sinks to mount onto the board itself, which is about what, $10. So 150, 170, 180. It's about $180 so far of all the core items, and that's without a power bank or the 3D print or the clamp. But you can mount that yourself. So yeah, so about $180 of the equipment just to run the 03W board, to then push the RTMP, to push the HDMI video as an SRT-LA stream to the Moblin app, because the Moblin app has the ability to run an SRT-LA server inbuilt, as opposed to having to source a Android device that's capable of being able to have the USB camera app installed. So an Android device you might have, you may not. It only works on Android. It doesn't work on iPhone, unfortunately. The USB Camera Pro app is a one-time purchase of less than $10 Australian. So whether or not you can find yourself a cheap phone, $100 right there for a cheap Android phone with fast charging. I would suggest to try and find a Android device phone that has the ability to do fast charging. $100 maybe. And then the app itself, about $10, so that's $110. The HDMI capture device with pass-through charging, that cost me $40, so that's about $150 there. Plus this, you can use any power bank, so I'm not including power bank here, and then phone clamp, and then all that. So you're running about roughly the same pricing, but you do need to know how to configure a small few options within the app in order to push the stream to the RTMP server. Did I add? Yes, I've added heat sinks to the board because the 03W board heats up quite a lot. Let's zoom out.
Come this way, baby. Come on. I'll get tight. Ava, come this way. Quick. Come back to Mum's game. Oh, please! My head!
Ah, I forgot. Oh, I forgot. I forgot. Oh well. Everything's on VOD anyway, so it's all good. Let's see here. Let's point it this way. So, if we switch over to the Action 4 scene, or I'll just type in Action 4 because I still believe I have the aliases still programmed within the chat commands such that it changes scenes. Yeah, no, it should be Action 4. So now we should see this as a large image. And, yep, okay. And we don't have SRT-LA enabled on this scene, so I'm going to have to add that as a manual scene. Okay, let's go to scenes. Let's add on, yep, it's on there. widget. Oh, but it's not on the actual widgets for the Action 4 scene. Action 4, add SRT-LA. Okay. So there's only 4 scenes at the moment with Moblin. There's front, there's back, which is the iPhone, which is lying on the table, so you're not really going to see much. Then there's Action 4, and then there's a scene called SRT-LA. So if you type in !SRT-LA, it will switch back to that scene. If you type in Action 4, it will switch to this scene here. Unfortunately, there isn't a way to enable or disable the widgets or the picture-in-picture that you see on screen right now. So, yeah. Yeah, that way I think I have enabled only mods to be able to change scenes. So say I'm doing something critical and unable to change the scenes myself, then the mods will be able to hopefully use the commands to switch to the correct scene. Yeah. So now let's go tighten that just a little bit. And as you can see, I haven't actually touched the iPhone in order to change the scenes. And I forgot to even turn on the battery back. Oh man, I'm losing it. Right, I'm going to change back to Action 4 manually. So, this is the A6300 mounted with all the rig. So assuming this was the monitor mount, let's bring it out to here. Let me lock this down. Okay. So I'm just going to reposition this encoder to be in a horizontal position to act like a monitor in terms of horizontalness, although it's not really that great. Actually, we might, hang on. I will add it to here, just to get it out of the way. But then this cable's in the way. Oh, yep, that's me, yeah. It's the cabling, my bad. Okay. It's dusk now, so all the mosquitoes and flies are coming out. All right, so this is the rig. So pretend that this is the monitor. All right, so we can switch quickly from sort of dual handle handheld. Right, we can quickly switch from this to top handle, and then if I had a tilting mechanism on the monitor, I'll tilt it down and use that, and then we can just go zoom in like that. And then if I wanted to remove this, put this in like a pocket or something, and just have it in a very small configuration, small and tight. And then say, okay, we need to set back on the table, we can pull this out from whatever pocket that we have, reattach, and then pop open the legs. So I think this type of setup is pretty versatile in terms of getting to some positions that you may not get just by hand holding. Yeah, So say this is literally the art of run and gun, is you're gonna have to quickly manually configure everything on the fly. If you have a table, great. If not, you can always just crash down and bend. Right, let's see. We're at 69% on the phone, and I don't have. Actually, I do. Sorry, but it's not the most convenient way to connect the cable to the phone. Jazzy, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, just road testing the rig as well as testing out the HDMI encoders. One based on a smartphone and one based on using a very budget-friendly encoder board. If you want to switch to SRT-LA, we can. I might try that. Here, put the travel router modem back in the bag. Now, let's now reconnect. Right, switching the action camera to chest mount. Right, don't have any more pockets, so I'm gonna have to somehow carry this selfie stick. Oh no, I got it here. Yeah, we'll use that. Hopefully it doesn't fall out. If I hold the bag like this, then we can use the tilt mechanism of the bag, of the tripod, to act as a yep. Oh. Alright, let's see here. Alright, let's go handheld. We'll go to the beach side quickly. Hopefully the stream doesn't die. Right, I'm now holding it in a undersling mode. Hopefully the it's not too dizzy. I'm now holding it in a two-handed position. Right, let's head off. Yeah, oh, interference, okay. Interesting. What do you mean by interference? Like grey or hissing sound? Yeah. The frame seemed lower than usual. Ah, okay. I don't know, but I haven't actually tested this out fully, so it could be the 03W not connected. Okay, I'll have to look back through the VOD. Because I know that in some instances with the HDMI capture device, if I'm shooting at a higher frame rate, it tends to be a bit more weird. Oh, I've still set this to 4K, which I don't think is an issue, but let me go and change that now. Let's go 1080p. Let's also switch the resolution of the video recording down to MP4. Okay. Right, I've just quickly changed everything back down to 1080p. Yeah, because we were testing it yesterday. So, let's go here. Yeah, let's switch to SRT-LA. Thank you, Wickman. Let's. Yeah, the panning on this tripod ball head is slowly losing its springs. It's not the best panning, but it's what we got. Yeah, that's always hard. Sometimes it's always hard, hit or miss in terms of some monopods or some video fluid heads where panning is the best one. Yeah. You might need to. How much did your head cost? Because I find that with some Manfrotto fluid video heads, which cost like almost $300, it's smooth. It's but that also depends on how much weight you put on there. If it's too little weight, you do get a lot more jittery side effects from trying to tilt or pan. But if you have a good amount of weight, not overloaded, but enough that's it's also well balanced on the tripod head, then you can achieve very smooth pan tilt motions as well. I need to turn the ball head. Ah, okay. All right. That's cool. Right, let me just turn that up. Okay, let's put that locked down. I haven't even tested whether or not this is synced. Yeah, I think low light is causing a bit of a glitch, or the frame rate issue that you mentioned. I can see it in the preview now. So it could be low light, it could be the board itself not being able to handle it, and we have lost connection. That's very weird. I've never had that happen. Yep, I saw. So I'm not sure why that happened. We're having quite, yeah, I see it. We're having quite a bit of disconnection issues with the SRT switching. So the Action 4 is quite smooth, right? But not the SRT LA. So I guess we have to go back to the drawing board on the SRT LA, because I'm still turning it right now. It is dropping shutter speed, which is causing quite a bit of moment movement. Now it's gone. All right, let's restart the phone. So all I'm going to do is take out the HDMI and plug it into the phone setup. Go back into USB Camera Pro, live push, RTMP, and we should still have RTMP mode still enabled. So now I'll just power off the 03W. Strange that the 03W just didn't want to continue on. In a while, yeah. Right, I'm moving because I'm getting bitten by mosquitoes. Oh, shit. Okay, let's go. Okay, heading back into the car. Have to remember to remove the router from the bag, otherwise it's going to cook and overheat. Or at least open the bag to allow for more cooling. More like a downgrade. Welcome in, Masingo. Hope you're doing well. Just did a quick test of some of the equipment for HDMI to be connected into the Moblin app. So hope you're doing well. Yeah. So now let's I guess we can turn off the HDMI. I'll just eject that, exit that. Okay, turn off, unplug. I'll turn off the camera. Tarago power, yep, Tarago power. No mounts because it wasn't intended. This vehicle isn't intended for IRL streaming because it's a slow vehicle to drive. Oh man. Oh yes, how is your 360 adventure, by the way? Let's put that up here. We'll just raise the camera up a bit high on the chest and we'll head on home. And I'll plug in, I have to plug in power to keep the Action 4 topped up. It can do anything. Oh wow, okay. What kind of car? So what was your previous car, if you don't mind me asking, and what is your current vehicle then? It's night time and I can't judge the distance of the headlights. It's crazy. It's going okay. Weather has been poo and you're waiting for some software to catch up. Yeah, the software, man, or the firmware too. Oh. Can't even see out the back window. This is why I don't like to drive the Tarago too much. Okay. Let's go. Hang on. Okay. Ads are on. Apologies. Mitsubishi Lancer. Oh, nice. Not streaming modding. Yeah, fair enough. 20 seconds. Yeah, the aircon is blasting in my direction. It's actually quite warm. So, yeah, you might not be able to hear me as great. Or you might just hear the wind. Brake over, nice. The new car allows you for more options. Ah, great, that's good to hear. I've always driven like a big vehicle, like a van or Tarago and stuff like that. It's only at this point where me getting older, and I didn't want to have to keep loading and unloading the photo booth equipment from the van, so I decided to get myself a small runabout, which was the Yaris. Still waiting on getting another key cut for that. It is taking a lot longer than I hoped, but it's being done. So, yeah. Oh. Right, let me then just change one of the air vents. So it's still blowing me, but not the camera. Oh man. But no, yeah, that's good. That sounds great in terms of a vehicle upgrade, which will allow you to do more stuff. I have food at home. So I'm not going to have to buy. I don't have to buy anything yet. I bought a few other things as well. So okay, today, this morning, I got a message. I got an email from Starlink. So, raid the backyard for a better car. Yeah. I don't know. The word "better" might be very descriptive there. A working car. A Land Cruiser? Yeah, well that sucks up so much fuel, especially those that are old. But I don't want a Land Cruiser for a runabout. And I think the Land Cruiser might be a bit too high in terms of vehicle height, because I need a vehicle to go into some underground parking as well, at least for the photo booth. And the camera just decided to sway across. And the tray height is, I think, just above my waist. I still would require lifting equipment up, which with my lower back issue, I'm saying no to that. Otherwise I'll have to modify some kind of a winch system to lift equipment to be placed onto the bed of the tray of the Land Cruiser, or within the inside of the Land Cruiser. Make a ramp? Yeah, I've already done that for the van. It's all been done for the van, so I'm just leaving it for the van. Why a Land Cruiser? The van has more space for just cargo. I've literally removed all the seating from the van. Beep, 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 beep. All right, aircon back on. Yeah. So I might have to, until I can get the Yaris key replaced, I might have to get the mounts installed onto this vehicle. At least two positions. One will be facing me as the driver, and then one will be facing out. And I want it in a position where it's not going to be in the sun all the time, or there's access to an aircon vent to blow cold air towards the camera whilst in use, because overheating is apparent here in the tropical weather. Proper territory car, but I'm not going to be doing off-road ever. I'm not built for that. So yeah, I think though, if I was to push ahead and continue doing off-grid style content, like with solar panels solar batteries, portable chargers, electrical off-grid equipment for cooking, then the Land Cruiser does make sense. But that's not really the core of what I do for content. So, yeah. Vehicles die. They all die. So, that's, what is this car doing? Come on. Overtake me. Please. I don't even need an engine. It's roadworthy. Oh shit, we're glitching out? Okay, must be going into like dead zone areas. Huh, interesting. But I took a different route though. So this is a different route to home. Well, I'm gonna switch downwards because I'm very close. I am using the Nighthawk. I'm using the Nighthawk with the Beryl travel router, and that's providing the Wi-Fi connection between all the devices. So I'm not even using the Nighthawk's router networking. Damn it. I definitely need to get that fixed. I think it's just my Sims. They're not officially Telstra. They're technically Woolworths, but they're using the Telstra network. Whoa. So I've got one Netgear Nighthawk M1 connected to the router because you can only have one internet connection connected to the router. And then I have my personal phone using the MobLink bonding application. So it has two internet connections bonded. So yeah, it's not as good as Sims. But if I wanted to go the full Telstra Sims, then I'll have to pay out of my nose because they charge a lot. Okay, let's park. Shut the gate. Teach your kids to swim. It's great. Alright, I'm just gonna grab all the equipment and then head inside. I will see everyone in about like 5 minutes. Alright, let's go to So yeah, I guess this is still useful if you cinematic. So we need to push forward, raise, on the beach, so the wind is very blowy. Please let me know how it sounds. Maybe if someone is able to clip, that might actually be good. Thank you. Please and thank you. Oh! That came out really. You know what? I'm just going to disconnect the tracking. I'm going to reattach it. Are we good? Fucking son of a bitch. Huh? How dare you look away? How dare you look at my feet? How fucking dare you? All right. Okay. The wind is actually quite strong, so one thing, it's another. There we go. Right? I'm not gonna put my hands up. Where the fuck are you pointing to? Bro, over here. Bro. Bro, over here. Why are you running away from me? No, bro, come back. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just gonna disconnect the tracking. I'm gonna tests, then, all right, 10 p.m. All right, we're going to the rocks. Also, I do have the Mic Mini with the windshield on, and we are on the beach, so the wind is very blowy. Please let me know how it sounds. Maybe if someone is able to clip, that might actually be good. Thank you. Please and thank you. Please. That fucking scared the shit out of me. On the beach, so the wind is very blowy. Please let me know how it sounds. Maybe if someone is able to clip, that might actually be good. Thank you. Please and thank you. The camera, where's that fucking bird? Okay, let me now drop down, push forward, and then raising the camera upwards. How's that? I think there's obstacle avoidance. Hang on, let me, cinematic. So we need to push forward, raise, stutter will happen, and I'll just add some movement, that way you can kind of see the stutter between the smooth video footage and the frame rate stutter. Yeah, so it happens about every 30-second interval, and it lasts for about 5 seconds, and then it returns back to normal smooth video stream. And I found this when I'm using the Axon M1 device. Whereas if I'm using the JVA01 from J5 Create device, smooth all the way. No drop frames, no stutter, no shutter, no frame rate issues. So yeah, I guess this is still useful if you... You know what? I'm just going to disconnect the tracking. going to reattach it. Are we good? Fucking son of a bitch. Huh? How dare you look away? How dare you look at my feet? How fucking dare you? All right. Okay. The wind is actually quite strong, Ted. One thing, it's another. There we go. All right, I'm not gonna put my hands up. Where the fuck are you pointing to? Bro, over here. Bro. Bro, over here. Why are you running away from me? No, bro, come back. Oh my God. You know what? I'm just gonna disconnect the tracking. I'm gonna on the beach, so the wind is very blowy. Please let me know how it sounds. Maybe if someone is able to clip, that might actually be good. Thank you. Please and thank you. Cinematic, so we need to push forward, raise, the camera was the fucking bird. Okay, let me now drop down, push forward, and then raising the camera upwards. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way.
But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped. Nothing's.
Oh my God. Weak man!
One. Okay, back, returned. We are back. Thank you for everyone who has tuned in or stuck around. Yeah, so eventful today was, yes. A few things learnt. That the 03W configuration wasn't as smooth as I hoped, considering everything that I've tested out. So let me just, what was that? Okay, cool. Desktop audio. Yeah. So it seemed like for the limited time that I did use it for, it seemed like the phone configuration was still pretty good, given everything that's been tested so far. Let's see here. We don't need that one, do we? One new thing that I wanted to talk about is the new Starlink Mini Surface. No, not Surface. Services. Yeah. So earlier today, like this morning, I received an email from Starlink stating that the $0 paused service is no longer available, and that if I still wanted to continue using the plan that I've signed up for, I will have to use a more bare minimum service at a cost to me. So previously with Starlink, specifically with roaming, users have the ability to pause their plan service. So instead of me having to fork out $80 a month for a 50 gigabyte limit of utilizing Starlink in roaming mode, I had the option to pause my service for $0 until I decide to use it again for that month and unpause the service to use the Starlink plans. But today, I received an email stating that the $0 pause service is no longer available for anyone for roaming. So now I am forced to choose to either pay an $8.50 per month fee to keep the Starlink plan enabled, but at a very low bandwidth, which is enough for making Wi-Fi calls or checking emails or sending text. So that's at a cost of $8.50 a month, and that allows for unlimited data and the ability to update and any firmware to the Starlink equipment hardware. But if I am outraged by this no longer being able to utilize the $0 plan, I have another option to cancel, which is fine. But if in the future I wish to re-engage with Starlink mini plans, I have to then re-sign up for a new plan. So that might be a bit too cumbersome, considering that if I was to cancel now and then re-sign up for another plan later down the track, I might not be able to have the ability to have the service reconnected within 24 hours, if that makes sense. So if you were an existing customer that kept the $0 pause service, and then you decide to have, say, in the month of October, unpause your plan service, you would be up and running within, I think, a few minutes. But if you were to re-sign up for another plan in the future, you may not have that priority listing. So yeah, I have until next month to decide what I want to do, whether or not to continue on using the $8.50 per month fee as the bare minimum internet data available, or continue paying for the 50 gigabyte package, which is $80 a month, and it's only 50 gigabytes, and that's up and down data, or cancel altogether. So it's just okay. I don't want to opt for the unlimited, unmetered roaming plan, because that's already $200, and I don't have any upcoming events that would require that, such as for live streaming, funerals or weddings and stuff like that. So it's just one of those things where I can pick and choose. But now it's just like, oh, now I have to think about it and see what I decide. But yeah. All right. So earlier today, my phone, the iPhone, which is running the Moblin app, decided to fall over. It tripped over its own weight. And unfortunately, it snapped the lightning pins on this very short right-angled adapter. So I know I have another one here, I just want to see if that adapter is able to provide enough charge power to the iPhone. But now I don't see it. I had an right angled adapter which will sit flush up against the phone. But it seems like that is not in the position where I left it last time. That's okay. I do have another one of these, so I can, when I find it, oh, here it is. It's right here. So this is the adapter I was talking about. It is lightning in with a lightning port, and then the other side is for headphone jack for the lightning headphones. So I want to see if I can utilize this right angled adapter along with this lightning port with USB-C input. All right, and let's find a USB-C cable. And now let's power banky. We have lightning icon, a lightning bolt icon next to the battery, which means it's charging the phone. So, all right, we're good. We are good for now. So, yeah, but it keeps dropping in and out unless I moved it. Thank you, weak man. All right. I'll let that charge. I'll just turn off this. I'll also turn off the router because we're not doing any more testing with Moblin or wireless HDMI to IP. So I'll just turn that off. Okay. So one thing that I encountered was this type of piece of equipment. Now, what this allows me to do is to plug this device into a battery, which then will convert it to allow me to utilize a USB-C power delivery or a USB Type A with Quick Charge 3.0. So all this is just two ports, one USB-C, one USB Type A with quick charge rating, and two cables, red and black. And the rated input is between 12 volt and 24 volt, and the output is these various indicators of each port. So QC is 5 volt all the way up to 12 volt, and USB-C is 5 volt up to 12 volt as well. Now, this states is 12 to 24, but the box itself states between voltages of 10 volts to 30 volts, and it can output a maximum of 48 watts. So essentially you could pump out 20 watts in each port, but that doesn't even make up 48, so I have no idea. That's 24 for the USB Type C, but then how do you get, I assume 24 somehow there, maybe? But anyways, this is the important bit here. 10 volt to 30 volt input charging, input power, and that will provide enough power to provide the necessary voltage requirements to provide the USB Type C and USB Type A. So in that regard, I could technically plug in and use a tool battery. This here is 18 volts. There you go, 18 volts. And it is rated at 72 watt hours for this. And I've got so many of these. So this is based on a video that another creator on YouTube has released in regards to utilizing a tool battery to provide power to your camera. However, the way he did it, he used a step down converter to step down from 18 volts down to 8 volts, and then have a DC barrel to then connect to a dummy battery of the camera. Okay, so and what he did was used a step down converter and then outputted as a DC barrel plug to then plug it into a dummy battery to suit the camera. Now, as much as I can do that, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to utilize this piece of equipment to convert a tool battery such as this one that I have here from Azedo. This is one that's been sold in the Australian hardware stores in Bunnings, quite cheap too, and convert this or these housing pins to then be connected into this so that this can be utilized for a number of different things that is USB or USB-C capable. Now, in order to provide power to the camera, I will use a specific dummy battery that connects to either USB-C or USB Type A. That way then I don't have to muck around with voltages, as the cable itself will have been programmed and regulated to suit the output voltage to be fed into the compatible camera that is connected to. That's a lot of words, so I do apologize. So what I am trying to think about is how to mount this to a camera. And this is quite dirty. But let's now that we have the battery mount system here of this, what I might think is, again, we are thinking in terms of availability and whether or not people, users from different parts of the world is able to get their hands on a MPF battery or not. Some people can't because either it's either too expensive, because this is actually quite expensive. This, for a battery like this is about 76 watts. This costs $144, whereas a battery like this, which also can be used for actual tools, like hardware tools, it can actually be used. It's multi-purpose, so it can be used for tools, hardware tools, or with an appropriate adapter such as this one here, we can convert it into essentially a power bank, which may be used to power a camera and some accessories, or a phone, because it is limited to maximum output voltage via USB PD 24 watts, or the USB Type A up to about 20 watts on USB Type A, which both of those power outputs, it's able to provide power to your smartphone if it has fast charging, or to other devices that utilizes those type of USB-A and USB-C protocols, such as the USB power delivery and the USB Type A quick charge power protocols. So I'm thinking in terms of dual purpose. So it's not just only to be used potentially for a camera rig system, but in its original form factor can be used with hardware tools. And yeah, so as much as this is great to have, it's small, compact, it does what it's supposed to do, it has a multitude of uses and inputs and outputs, it is limited in terms of what it can be used with. So you need devices that actually have the MPF sled ready to use these type of batteries. So I'm thinking in terms of a more wider use case. So with that in mind, I'm going to look for some 3D printed housings that will fit over this, and then maybe think about how to design a plate to mount this to, and maybe a switch to enable the power to be turned on and off on this particular adapter, so it doesn't just keep draining while it's just continuously powered on. I'm also thinking about maybe adding a voltmeter, because the box states it's rated from 10 volts to 30 volts. So I might have a voltmeter just to display what the actual voltage is, or you can just literally push this button here to determine how much battery is left. It's not a accurate indicator, but it does give you an idea. Oh, okay, I've already used a third, I have 2/3 left. Either I have to be mindful going into the last bar to make sure everything's recorded or saved correctly, and then switch out to a different tool, a different charged tool battery to continue on with the filming. So yeah, I might think about designing it in such a way to also incorporate the ability to mount the V-mount adapter as well. So if, say, you need it to be a lightweight rig and you know you can't afford to carry this weight, you can then just slide off this adapter from the back plate and then slide on the MPF rig if it's within your ability to acquire in your region that you currently live in. That was a lot of words. Okay. So again, quick swaps would be good. So say you're running gun and you need to be ultra lightweight, you can literally just disconnect this from the camera because it's all USB. There's no specific DC barrel or voltage you need to look into. Remove that, and then I need that open actually. Or you can keep this on and just remove the camera from the base housing that we have set up here, and then when you're ready to go back into long boy power mode, you can just slide it out, and then keep everything on the rig, and then just have this as an ultra lightweight setup. And then when you want to go back into long power mode setup, just slide that back on. Or if you're in a situation where you only have very limited number of these type of batteries, which in some cases is a very fair assumption, and you know that this camera is not going to be moving quite a lot, you can have it in a stationary locked off position. Then you can just remove the entire battery hookup and then just have this attached somehow and then cabled into your setup. But yeah, going off the idea from a recent YouTube video in regards to using a tool battery to provide power to camera rigging, I think I'll be going down that route with this. but utilizing a already established power delivery system, as opposed to trying to tweak a step down converter to a very specific voltage. This way then you can then utilize it for more than just camera rig work. You can just use it to charge your phone via a standard power delivery system such as USB, or I don't think this will be able to charge or provide power to a laptop. So this is just very mid-range power systems. So yeah, don't expect it to power or provide charge to a laptop. All right, and so again, one thing is to add a switch so I can cut power coming into this when we're not using it. What we can do is do a real quick test. So here we have 2 bars, we have 2 pins, one is negative, one is positive. Yep, so positive pin here and then negative pin on this side. We can literally just wire these in right now and see if this actually does the power. Okay. So these pins are actually quite strong because they're designed to slide into a power tool. So it's not going to be easy to apply these straight away. So there you go. We've got a blue light. Ooh. We've got a blue light on, and let's put that here. And now let's get a USB cable and see what happens. I need a short one. I can't use. Oh, I can use a long one, but it's alright. We'll back out. All right. So we have just a standard USB A to USB C. Then I have a power meter here to indicate how much watts is being passed through. I will now plug it in. And oh, okay, it's turned. No, it's not turned off. And I will find a device to plug into. Right, this is my chat phone. It has 57% left, or battery power. So let's plug that in. And now we are receiving 9 watts of, 9 volts. We're receiving 12 watts of incoming power into the iPhone, into the smartphone, which means it's the adapter is able to recognize that this phone is able to receive a fast charge voltage and current, and thus enabled it to be able to push through a higher rated charge as opposed to the standard 5 watts or stuff like that. So, and that's all literally plugged into the battery to its pins, and that's what this is. So you could literally connect this to a car battery if you wanted to, because it's rated between 10 volts and 30 volts, and then utilize all these features as part of that. All right, nice. So for your setup, Weekman, we could have a USB cable, the USB Type A cable, to provide top-up power to your camera, or USB-C direct to your FX3, and we can use the USB Type A to I am looking at a different charge setup to see if we can have a battery in the back of the Ninja, but also charge it at the same time. So yeah, imagine a car battery as a mobile battery. Oh damn, yeah, crazy. That's crazy. And with this, it's because it's a tool battery. You just literally unplug, shove back in, and it has its own hinges. So yeah. So yeah, that works, and that's without any other boards or circuitry needed. It's all pretty self-explanatory. Plug it in to a power source between 10 volt and 30 volt, and then the USB ports are active. Yeah, car batteries are heavy, especially the lead acid ones. Yes, if you were to get yourself the lithium ion 12 volt batteries, they're lighter, but they're still heavy in comparison to a lead acid battery. All right, let's have a look at how to configure this to a more usable setup, at least for the camera rig. So I'll just show you what the YouTube creator has done. I think you might have seen this. You may or may not have. So let's have a look. Let me just disengage this first. All right. And just remove that. All right, and that's it. Yeah, a tool belt. This is only a 4 amp one. You can get a 2.5 amp one, which means lower capacity. You can even get like a 10 amp one, which will be thick. It'll be thick, boy. And then have everyone in the crew carry one on the belt, anywhere, you know. And if all the batteries, and you had a multiple setup of housings, they could even just charge your phone or whatever in the interim of carrying a movie set. You could even put in LED lights on here and use this as a small torch, you know, because this connects to a multiple assortment of power tools. So I've got a drill, I've got an air blower, I've got an LED light, I've got a normal fan that plugs into this. This can be plugged into a vacuum. I've got a battery operated vacuum. What else? It's a skill saw, a grinder, even an air compressor for like small trolley wheels and soccer balls and basketballs. And I'm waiting on someone to arrive because they're gonna pick up the excess fruit that my dad has received from the farms. I need power. Throws battery. 10 batteries. No. All right. So this is the setup that this dude has managed to snap together. So here he's used a dummy battery, which then connects to a DC port, which then inside this housing has a step down voltage converter, which is not what I want to do. Hence why I wanted to go with the USB-C route, because you can purchase for different type of cameras, you can purchase dummy batteries via USB powered. So we pick one that's from a reputable company. So there's Amazon, but there is from Newer and Duo is a reputable company that has the ability to connect to USB power. No worries, I'll be here. All right. So a breakout connector. Download all files. Let's go. Downloading. All right. We need the actual Ozito battery too. Maybe we might be able to find a CAD file, or someone's made a 3D mock-up for that. Maybe. Okay. Enzio power bank. Do I need to fuse this? I don't think so. Okay, rocker switch. Let's see if the electronics store has one of these. They do. How wide is this? This is 48 by 29 by 22 mil. Whole size 46 by 27. Okay. What's this called? LED voltmeter. Let's paste. Cut. Oh, I should check that. I forgot to check that. Because I've remembered the AnyDesk software streamer bot didn't actually showcase that. Oh, it did work in the beginning, so let me just test from YT. Okay, all right, we've got piping it through to chat on OBS. That's good. All right. Cool. All right, let's come up with a project for the Discord. Let's see, tech discussions, streaming, photo booth. Tech discussions. Right, we're in tech discussions, and let's go DIY tool battery power station. Tool battery power station. Yep. Okay, cool. Create channel. Message. This is a project to develop a housing to fit USB to fit an assortment of USB ports by using a tool battery, a 18-volt tool battery as the power source. Main purpose is to mount this onto a camera rig to provide long operational power run times. Purpose. The use of USB and USB-C ports allows for this housing to be used for a multitude of different aspects: charging phones, charging camera batteries, etc., as well as the original 18-volt tool batteries purpose to run tools to run electrical tools. Jigsaw, circular saw, air compressors, grinders, LED lights, fans, etc. Okay. Inspo from a recent YouTube vid. Paste the link. But a major key difference is to have full use of major key difference is to utilize USB and USB-C PD ports for maximum usage. Maximum usage in a wide range of applications and not be tied to a single use case, i.e. just to power a camera. Okay. Here we go. So that's DIY tool battery power station. I will be using the Ozito brand 18-volt tool batteries, as they are widely available in Australia and priced very competitively for its battery capacity. Yep. Ted, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I am also multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube, but welcome on in. And now I've just realized that I'm no longer actually doing IRL camera work for today, so I can actually change that title. Give me a second. So early today, I was out near Casuarina Cliffs to test out a camera rig as well as some items to see if I'm able to bring in HDMI cameras into the Moblin app, which now we're no longer doing. So I will have to change over the titles. So just give me a second. Chill and tinkering. Just chatting. Thank you, Wingman. I've just changed the title, so all good. If you have any other questions, I don't know if the Discord command works in YouTube. No, it doesn't. So I'll probably have to manually add that in. Let's go exclamation mark Discord, and we'll just copy that. We'll go to the YouTube stream. Damn. Okay. Shit. If you brought a Starlink, would it work in Litchfield National Park? I not entirely sure, because you won't know until you're out there and you use the Starlink app to determine the coverage of the satellites. So unsure about that to answer that question, but let's have a look to see if anyone else has that particular situation. Starlink in Litchfield National Park. So according to a Facebook post, it can be more reliable than mobile reception, as Optus and Telstra is just shit. But in theory, it should. The coverage of Starlink across Australia, Starlink cover. Hang on, let me look. Australia. Let's have a quick squiz. Apparently, it's all blue, and let's go. Sorry, wrong. Wrong. Scene. Litchfield National Park. Apparently blue, which means available. Again, you will have to follow the correct the correct procedure in order to set up Starlink. Make sure that there's no trees or anything that would create any obstruction to the panel itself. Make sure you have the appropriate power as well, and to make sure you have an active service plan ready. So make sure that you activate your service before you leave, provided that the Starlink service that you have is also part of the roaming active plan. Assuming that you're bringing Starlink with you, then I assume you'll be in roaming to begin with. So yeah, The last time I played around with Starlink was out near Bark Hut, and reception out there for Telstra or Optus, well, actually Woolworths. Woolworths, which uses the Telstra network, and Coles Mobile, which uses the Optus network, was very, very abysmal out in Bark Hut. So with Starlink, Starlink just creates a Wi-Fi internet connection. So if you are able to make and operate phone calls, it will most likely be through the IP-based apps such as Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp or any other of those type of apps that uses internet data to communicate. Whereas I still have my own SIM card and thus my own personal number, so that still utilizes the 4G, 5G network. But in some areas, such as out bush, remote, you don't get a signal based on cellular data or cellular reception. But if you have an account with a app-based or software-based calling or messaging type service, such as, again, WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger, then you'll be able to make calls based on using internet data and not necessarily 4G, 5G reception. I hope that makes sense. So you can connect your phone's Wi-Fi to the Starlink's Wi-Fi. So if you want to boost your 5G, 4G connection, you need to use a different type of device. Now, there's one from Cellfi. That is a booster for the 4G and 5G network, whereas Starlink is just enabling you to receive internet connection, and you would use your phone's Wi-Fi to connect to Starlink and thus use phone apps such as Facebook Messenger or WhatsApp to use the internet data in order to make and receive calls as well as messaging. Whereas for the 4G, 5G network, you would need a booster of some sort in order to boost your antenna to receive the reception in your area. Now, not all 4G, 5G boosters work or do well in the most remote areas. If you are standing in the middle of the desert and there's no reception on your 4G, 5G network because that area is not prioritized by cellular services, then you're going to have a real shit time. Whereas with Starlink, it relies on a vast variety of satellites constantly going over. Yeah, so the two things you need to know about is boosters, which is specifically for 4G and 5G, or Starlink, which is specifically for internet data. So yeah, those are the two differences between those two types of hardware. So yeah, sorry if it's going over your head. It's just yeah. So yeah, hope that helps in some way or shape. Okay, let me just quickly go through this. So I've been hunting for a MPF battery that's not too large, that is able to charge as well as discharge at the same time. Charging via USB Type-C, but also have the ability to do fast charging. So yeah, you want to make calls more than internet, then you would probably need to utilize an app that's designed for voice over IP, as opposed to Telstra or the traditional 4G, 5G networks. I don't think you'll be able to receive or make calls based on a Telstra SIM if you have access to just the internet. All right. Okay, let's see here. So the input charging of this particular battery, even though it says Type C, let's have a look. Type C. So where are the specs? Let's have a look at the specs. Voltage, measurements, user guide, additional detail, lithium. Doesn't actually state how much power can be pushed in. All good. Thank you, Ted. Yeah, I'm just looking at a battery here. It's not as big in terms of its capacity, but I'm trying to look for the input charge rate. Even though it says Type C, it might be only limited to 5 watts input, which is not great for what we need it for. Yeah, it just says, yeah. Okay, not great at all. All right, let's move on to another set of devices. So for Starlink, the actual hardware you can purchase from JB Hi-Fi, Officeworks, Harvey Norman, Bunnings, if they have it in stock. Currently, the Starlink Standard, so there are 2 types of Starlinks. There's Starlink Standard, which is a more bigger dish, and then there's Starlink Mini, which is a more portable version. Now, currently, the Starlink Standard is currently priced at a very low cost of $275. It used to cost $600. Well, okay, it used to cost $400, but now it's priced at $275. And this type of pricing is only available up until the first week of next month. So the 9th of the 9th is how long this price will be reduced for. That's just for the hardware. The standard kit does require the use of a 240 volt plug. So you will need to have some way to power this. So you will definitely need to bring some kind of a generator or a portable power station, or if you have ways to hook up to mains power wherever you might be in the national park. Now, that's just for the hardware. For the plans, the activity plans, you will need to purchase that from Starlink itself. So if you're going to be using or an inverter, yes. So this offer ends. So for the hardware, you can buy the hardware from JB Hi-Fi. That's not a problem. But when you sign up for a plan, assuming Litchfield National Park isn't your residential address, you can purchase the roaming plans. Now, recently, Starlink has changed some of the plans here, although this is different. Let me look at the plans. So, using the standard kit, you can choose between 2 plans. One is a 50 gigabyte data plan per month. That includes upload and download, and that will set you back $80 a month. But if you have the money and you know that you're going to be utilizing more internet over that month period, you can choose the unlimited package, which is priced at $200 a month. And that's for unlimited data, upload and download. Now, ever since this morning, Starlink has changed the ability to pause for free. So say for the month of, so between the month of August and September of 30 days, you were to purchase this service, unlimited data for roaming using the standard kit. But say between the month of September and October, you're not going to be out in the national park, you can now change your plan pricing for that month to the paused standby service, which now unfortunately costs $8.50, but it does include unlimited data at a very capped slow rate, and I'm talking about 500 kilobits per second. So that's enough for just emailing, checking messages, and making a audio voice call. You won't be able to do video call or watch Netflix based on the standby paused option. But that's only costing you $8.50. And unfortunately, in the previous plan packages that was available for Starlink users, you were able to pause your service for a month or a few months and pay $0. But now, ever since this morning, that is no longer available, and now Starlink is forcing users to choose that standby plan of $8.50 Australian a month, or cancel the plan altogether. Which then, if you wish to use Starlink in the future, you'll then need to sign up for another plan, which means you may not be able to get priority service or priority response in terms of activating your service quickly. Yeah, it's all about dollars, unfortunately. And I do understand why they're doing it, because if everyone bought a Starlink in the first month of, say, January, and then the month of February through to May, no one's using it, they can all put their services on pause and pay $0. So now I'm thinking they're just trying to recoup some of the money for the services that's being provided, which, quite frankly, in comparison to anyone else, no one else is able to do what Starlink is doing in terms of having an internet connection in a very remote area. So you know what? It's great. Yeah. So purchasing the standard kit will set you back about $275. Again, it does use the need to use a 240 volt wall socket. I actually have no idea in regards to that, because I've never been to the Litchfield National Park. Let's see if there's anyone who's able to give us a map. Cellular boost. According to AI via Google, between the coverage of Wangai Falls and Florence Falls, Optus has installed more smaller cell towers. But that's only if you're with Optus. So if you're in an area of zero service, even with a cellular booster, you may not get any reception at all. So yeah, you're literally at the mercy of what's available to you. Other than getting yourself a satellite phone, which in itself is super expensive. Even if you're using it for like a month. I don't know if there's rental places that do offer the rental service of a satellite phone. And if you're using it just to make a phone call, then I guess that's fine. You have to walk kilometers for it, and yes, you have Optus. Okay, yep. So in those areas that's been specified of Florence Falls and Wangai Falls in the Litchfield National Park, apparently there is cellular coverage for Optus. Again, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't been out there, and I'm using Woolworths mobile, which is under the Telstra network coverage. So, yeah. So someone has asked a question: is on Facebook, is there mobile coverage with Telstra in Litchfield? And apparently a small area of Telstra service at Litchfield Caravan Park, none at Wangai. Someone's asked there with Vodafone, is there any coverage there? And someone has responded, not much or none. And one person has responded from 2 weeks ago, there's only Optus at Florence Falls. Telstra at Bachelor, not sure if the public Wi-Fi still works in Wangai Falls. So it's all over the place, unfortunately. Can't get a definitive answer from anyone. And unfortunately, it's not like Telstra or Optus or even Vodafone advertise that they have coverage in those areas. So same as Optus, you have to walk uphill. Yeah. So if there is already coverage there, albeit not much, then having a booster will boost your cellular reception. So there's that. The only problem that I find with using a booster is that it's great if you're just the only one using that booster. But if there are 10 other people in the same area that's also part of the Optus network and the booster is activated, then if, say, everyone only had one bar out of the 10 people, and if all 10 people hovering around that booster, then the increased reception will be shared amongst everyone. So if, say, you only had one bar and there's 10 other people around you and you turn on the booster, then everyone might only get an extra bar. So if you're going to be utilizing a booster, it's best to use it in a location where no one else is going to be using that same network's reception. Otherwise, that reception will just be shared amongst the area around you. So that is the only issue that I've found, and from what I've researched as well, is when using a booster type service, is that it doesn't, you're unable to just direct it to one cellular handset. It's unfortunately shared to everyone in that area. Pain in the butt when your car is set up and you camp so you can't drive. True. And you can't take a push bike, right? Because it's all hills. So, damn. But having a booster will also require power. So you still need to somehow be able to power the device. So that's the thing. The campsite is connected to the oh, okay. So yeah, you trekking up a hill or some high point just to make a phone call or send a message, which will require you to physically getting up there, bringing along your smart device or phone. And if that's not enough, you'll probably need to bring along your booster equipment, which then also requires power. And that's more weight for you to bring. Unless you have one of those portable trolleys, like camping beach trolleys, and just drag that shit behind you. Drag it up the hill as you go up. And I think Starlink in that scenario, as long as there's open sky space and no obstruction, that might be best for you if you're utilizing an internet-based communication, such as Facebook Marketplace Facebook Messenger or a WhatsApp. We normally have to walk a three-quarter of a kilometer. Damn. Okay, you might have to bring along like a trolley, like a hand trolley, just to carry all your crap, just to have the booster enabled and make a phone call. Yeah. Otherwise, you're gonna have to bring along a backpack and trudge up the hill. So, good luck with that. So, yeah. Yeah. Or get yourself a satellite phone, which is expensive as shit, and you won't be able to utilize your own SIM card because you need to buy a very specific SIM card to use with the satellite phone's services. So, yeah, not much shade. Oof. Sunscreen. Bring sunscreen as well, and water. Oh, man. But hopefully that helped. Yeah, no worries. Again, I haven't been out there in such a long time, so unfortunately I don't know the entire situation in regards to the cellular service out in that location. Entropy Cat, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Just chatting at the moment. We were discussing about Starlink and cellular boosters in remote regions here in the Northern Territory. So, yeah, welcome on in. So, no satellite phone. Yeah, it's expensive. So, yeah, I wouldn't, unless you are able to somehow offset the pricing of that, it's great. Otherwise, it's a very expensive tool just to bring along with you. So, yeah. But the added benefit is it's a compact device. You don't have to bring extra equipment. You don't have to need to bring a booster or a power device in order to power the booster on. Okay. Let's have a look and see. All right. So we were discussing about trying to develop some kind of a power station utilizing a standard 18 volt tool battery. This one here is from Izito, an Australian branded tool. So yeah, no worries, man. All the best. All the best. The use case for what I want to use this particular battery is to connect it to a power device, which is able to output USB Type A and USB Type C. And because this is actually rated between the voltages of 10 volt and 30 volt, this 18 volt sits well within the range of that voltage range of this device. So I don't need a converter. I don't need any type of transformers either. It's just literally plug and play. I would like to add a few more devices to this to make this a bit more easier to use out in the field. Now, one would be an actual switch to turn this device on and off so it's not on all the time and draining the battery. Another would be an ideal would be to have some kind of a voltage indicator to determine how much voltage there is in the battery. Now, another way to determine how much battery is left is to push this button here, and we have bars on the battery. But this device, its bare minimum voltage is rated at 10 volt. So having a voltmeter that I can read the voltage of this battery will determine roughly how much usage I can use out of this battery based on these devices being used. Now, this device has a maximum output draw of about 48 watts. This 4 amp hour battery is rated at 72 watt hours. So if I was to utilize the full 48 watts of power draw using this device, this battery will only last 1 hour and 40 minutes, maybe 1.5 hours, if using the full 48 watts to drain this battery. But I don't think the devices I'll be using will be utilizing all 48 watts. I am planning to utilize this device for the purpose, at least in the initial configuration, to power 2 accessories on a camera rig, one of which is the actual camera, and the second accessory is going to be the onboard connected HDMI monitor recorder device. Now, I don't know if I want to utilize a direct USB connection to power the MPF plate, because I do like they have the ability of having a battery backup in case this depletes at a random moment, and then it doesn't force force power down the connected devices. With the internal battery attached, it has that backup power to draw from, as opposed to just being disconnected straight away when using a straight connection from a USB connector. So, and with cameras these days, we can get a USB to dummy battery adapter, so we can utilize that. And with most recent cameras these days, they can also run off a USB-C port, so we can connect a USB-C to USB-A cable to power the camera, or we can use a USB-C to USB-C cable to power the camera whilst having the battery inside the camera. So yeah, what I want to do is to be able to have the ability to slide this battery in and out quickly. Whether or not I have it in a vertical direction or in a horizontal direction, I'm gonna have to decide. But I do need to have access to this button in order to quickly check the gauge of the battery, or even have it slide in a horizontal point of view. So I have downloaded a 3D file which mounts to this mechanism on the battery. Using that 3D file, I want to also design out a layout to mount this, as well as a switch and a voltmeter as well. But also have the ability to mount this to a camera rig system that I also am using currently, and have the cabling be able to reach to its location that I've made. So if I have it like this, and then have the voltmeter underneath, maybe, but that makes it too long. Right, I'll be back in a few minutes. We'll be returning. All right, be back. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the bellow box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off app, because the Twitch app generally previews the stream very smoothly. So just did a couple of head bobs. I am testing out these two devices. On the left we have the Pocket 3 along with its RTMP stream. On the right we have the Action 4 connected to a DJI Mobile 7P gimbal with the tracking module enabled as well. So let me just cover the Action 4 so you can see it black out on screen, and then I'll cover the Pocket 3. So Pocket 3 and a poor man's Pocket 3 with tracking. Oh, okay. Okay. It is pretty nice. It's windy.
It's like long hair club.
Long hair club, yes. Door. Oh no, never mind.
Too short.
All right. Fabio, oh, here we go, man, Fabio. Thank you though, bless. I wish you. Okay, I don't know what she is. Oh, there she's over there, Do we need to go into Sun City?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and then find another taxi that way, because this is going to be bonkers.
It's actually,
Oh, hang on.
But let me spin you around because it's enough sunset. Oh shit. I can hear it. Gotta go. Can you hear the rain? Can you hear the fucking rain? Okay. Oh yeah. Winery is done. Okay, now the next is CF Boy. And now the next is Doronia. Is this a happy creation. Ooh, there's a bit of a bleed on top of the Doro ball. It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped, nothing's here. Welcome in. Ooh, Diggy. Oh, good Lord. Can you guess what this hoodie is? I'll show you the back. Okay. Okay. I got a hoodie version. So I had a shirt version the other week. So I got a hoodie version. Oh, you just So this is the hoodie version. Yeah. I know. And these feel like they're embroidered. They're rised print. The Homer feels like a normal heat transfer, but the actual black areas, it feels like it's been embroidered. So that's pretty awesome. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Yes.
집에 가면서 먹으려고 꿀맛.
Oh. we can now do TED Talks. So the benefits of shitting and coming at the same time.
I think my health test was when I changed her diet to really, really low. Are you okay? Wake up!
No, I'm
You were kidding about that still being here.
CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. Now that we're here, let's have... That's... Oh. Yeah, in overlay, in overlays. And hopefully, it should be able to survive majority of general wear and tear. So just seeing if that actually triggers something. Nothing? Good. Everything looks good. Can't help it, man. I can't help it. Yes, clip that and make it to a emote. I need emotes for my channel. Line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the Bella box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself. But the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Let's go. fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. Degrees on one end. 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the. What's that say? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit. Apologize to everyone, but at the same time, I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content. Yeah, no shit. So this is the mirror hole. Oh wow, it dips. Hey, that's all right.
Oh my god. Weak man! Lloyd.
Right, back. I'm just waiting on a call. I have some friends coming by to go pick up the excess fruit from the farms. So, yeah, they said they were going to go to basketball earlier tonight, and then they'll come by. So, if it takes an hour, yeah, okay, cool, no worries. Yeah. Solar power meter. What does this do? Ah, thank you, Ted. No worries. Weak man. Oh man. Hope you're doing well. Sorry about that. I had to yeah, take a shower. Do we need that? Oh, we can always go back to that one. We don't need that one. We don't need that one either. Neil M. Bloomy, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Hope you are doing well. Just tinkering at the moment, and yeah. All right, let's have a look and see. So, tinkering on with the idea of creating a DIY portable power station using 18-volt tool batteries. I'm currently in Darwin. What about yourself? Darwin, Northern Territory. So, let's have a look and see if that's the case in this one here. So I've got drops enabled. Got a couple of other streamers playing Battlefield 6 at the moment. Oh, you're in USA? Oh, nice. Good morning to you, I guess. I'm in the northern part of Australia, and the current weather for me is 27 degrees Celsius, and it's currently 9 p.m. here at night. Whereabouts in the US are you from, or are you situated in? I have a few people who come and go, who are also United States, New York. Oh, nice. I know another streamer who is based in Newark, another streamer based in Wisconsin, another streamer based in LA, another streamer based in Minnesota. I think that might be Monkey. And then a few other streamers that are based in Florida, and a few in Canada as well. So welcome on in. What brings you around? The Wisconsin and Minnesota are like the up. Yeah. Oh, but they have Quick Trip, so hilarious. Oh man. But welcome on in. Welcome on in. Sorry, mumbling my words. So my streams that I generally do are more situated around tech and the tech related to IRL streaming. So I've built and I've assembled my own IRL streaming devices. This here is the Orange Pi 5 Plus. And then this one here is the Rock 5B Plus in a 3D printed case that I've also remixed from another user's design and slapped an expansion shelf to fit a MPF style battery onto here. So yeah, I'm heavily into the tech, mainly related to IRL streaming, but with event streaming as well, also go hands in hand. Mainly due to the fact that when shit goes wrong, you got to get it fixed relatively quickly, and if you're paid to do a service, then you got to get that resorted real quick. But welcome on in. So yes, right now I am developing ideas for a power station based on using a 18 volt tool battery. So yeah, there's already a bunch of other YouTube videos of users who have converted the power from a drill tool battery to be used to power their camera rigs. Now, what I want to do is to move away from what they're doing, and that's using a power converter to downgrade the voltage to what they needed it for, which is going to be between 7.4 volts and 8.4 volts in order to power their camera using a dummy battery. Now, what I want to do is move away from that and utilize a power device that supplies standard USB Type A and USB Type C power delivery, because nowadays with current cameras, they can be powered via USB. And also with newer technologies being released, there are some dummy batteries that can also be powered via USB. So it doesn't need to be a very specific voltage measurement in order to supply power to the camera. We can now use a USB port. So I am now in the process of developing a shape to house this device, which is literally this. And it has two wires, one black negative, one red positive, and I'll be designing to suit this into the case. Now, I also want the case or this DIY power station to not only just be used for a camera rig style setup, but can also be used to just in a normal everyday environment as a power bank. So it's not beholden to just one type of setup. And because it is utilizing a 18-volt tool battery, you can then remove the battery and use it as intended in power tools. So yeah. All right, let's open up Tinkercad and we'll get started on the process of visualizing an idea in such a way that makes sense to have. And I have recently downloaded a file, so I just need to go to there and retrieve it. Copy, go to makerspace, we'll paste it in here. We'll extract. Great. Okay, we'll now import the file. Oh, okay. Maybe not. There we go. Desktop 5 maker. Nope. Oh wow. Oh, okay. Yep, it's in that scenario. Import. I don't think this particular device exists as a 3D model, so we're gonna have to design this, or design a model of this from scratch. So I'll be using a digital caliper to do just that. So just as an overall ballpark measurement, we have 36.5 by 64.2. So 36.5 by 64.2. 34.5 and 64.2. Right, so this gives us a close enough dimension of this piece. Now there is a top cover, so I'm guessing. All right. Thickness is about 6.97. Let's call it 7. And the radius, we'll call it 5. Actually, no, that more. It needs to be more. No, it does not. All right, let's just call this 2. Yeah, 2. All right. We will now also measure the internal raised square, 25.3, 41.4. 25.3. All right, so we go 25. 25. And 41.6. So this is 25.3 and this is 41.6. All right, we'll now get that measured, height as well. 7.7. And we will position this to the center of this shape. We'll also add just a round edge. Okay, so this represents the dual USB setup. Okay. quickly look, refresh. Right, nothing yet. Okay. Let's see here. We'll also just make a shape for the battery unit itself. I mean, it's going to be different every time, but we'll just do a average one so we know what we're dealing with here. This is 75.7. 75.7, and the lengthwise is 117. Oh, 117. And you guys can't see anything. That's okay. And we will drop this down to 57. And that is the height overall. There is an inner ridge, but we can sort that out later. We'll do that one. Okay. We'll just give this a different color. We'll group this. We'll give this a different color. Okay. Now this battery, I will also add in the pins from the overall height. So let's do that. Mm. 42.7. So let's go here. Let's go 42.7. And that is aligned to the outer edge of this shape. We'll center it. Okay, let's measure this. 47.8. Width-wise, we go reminisce. Hope you are doing well. How are you? 48. How was stream? 10. Good. That's good to hear. Height-wise, 8. Ah, okay. 8. Let's create this as a plane. Let's drop it down to there. Oh shit, it is? Hang on, let me look. Let me fucking look. Who's selling it? Who? Let me look. Action 4. What are you talking about on sale? I don't see any on sale. It's still priced at its on NZ. Oh, okay. Here we go. Oh, PB Tech. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm looking at the price. I'm like, you're fucking lying. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. But now, yeah. Good. 360 NZ. Oh, nice. Okay, fair enough, man. It's a good camera. How many do you have now? And shouldn't your boy get his own instead of stealing all your shit? No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh man, have you found your VR glasses or no? Your Meta glasses, I think you mentioned. You got 2? Nice. I've got 2. One's still brand new though. I haven't opened it up yet because I've got the Pocket 3 and the Action 4. So, still spoiling him? Oh man. Oh, such a good dad. But nah, all good, bro. All good. Well, at least it's not a Pocket 3, you know? Lost, you don't know where. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh man. Also, for those who are, I don't know if it's affected New Zealand. For those who are in Australia, there is the Afterpay sales currently on, and it's about 15% discount, but at a maximum of $150. So he gave you 1K for your birthday. You better. So you're buying him a third of that. You know what? All good. All good. Oh man. But yeah. Oh, hang on. Be back. It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and then I'll do another twist this way. At the moment, no, we haven't got any further updates yet, and there hasn't been any updated firmware either. So we're still waiting on the fence. So yeah, we're still waiting on the fence for the Osmo 360. Because that being said, the Insta360 X4 and the X5 both have the ability to do USB UVC connection, and thus you're able to stream. So yes, it is possible. It can be done. So you know, there's no reason it can't be. So sorry about that. I had to take a phone call. Waiting on a few mates arriving to pick up some extra fruit that we got from the farm. So yeah, you buy it once, live option is good to go. Yeah, true. Live as in wireless, or would you mind? Oh, you can't connect because you have only got an iPhone. So you're gonna have to definitely wait then. Shit, damn DJ, you're gonna have to wait until RTMP streaming is stable. I only say that because when the Action 4 was released, none of the features that we have was good enough. It wasn't until maybe by the third or fourth firmware update where all the features such as USB UVC was stable and RTMP streaming was stable to be used for our use cases. So you might be waiting a while, you know, for DJI to actually resolve or implement some features involved. So yeah, or none at all, you know. So so that's probably what you're going to have to be dealing with, unfortunately. But yeah, all right, just waiting on a mate to arrive, then I'll be back and I'll return back to normal. But in the meantime, I'll just quickly work on this. So this here is 8mm high. We have 48, and then we'll do 10. So this is the part where the pins align to this block. So if we raise this up, and then we flippity doo-doo, then bring this across to here, and then we'll create a false base, and then apply a snap to base. Then here what we can do is see where the pins and holes align. So this will go to here. So that is where it will sit, hopefully, if I have my measurements and levels correct. This is where this top plate will sit and mount to the battery. So where is there arrow? I want to see if I can put an arrow that way. Rotate, snap, raise. Right, so this will tell me that the battery will slide out this way. All right, let me align it to this main shape, and we will undo. One, two, three. Okay. Now we'll turn this back to that shape. So this battery will slide out. So that is the indicator where I'll be using as the basis for this DIY setup. We want it to slide out to the right. Okay, where are we? And we want to, okay, put that here. So now we have all this extra gap above here to play with. So what we also want is we want this to be mounted up, or do we want it to be mounted? Actually, no. Sorry, this. Oh my god. Okay, we'll do a flip, and then we will. This thing is removed that way. Okay, and that is to the left of the camera rig. So we need to just flip the entire thing, make it easier. Okay, so the camera will slide out that way. So this is where the adapter for the USB will potentially fit or sit. Yeah, does that make sense? Yeah, I think that makes sense. All right, I gotta go. I'll be back in a sec, or maybe a few minutes. I'll be back. Winery is done. Okay, now the next is CF Boy. And now the next is Doronia. Is this a happy creation? Ooh, there's a bit of a bleed on top of the Doro ball. Now that we're here, let's have... That's... Oh. Yeah, in overlay. It overlays. Okay, so we have two cheese hot dog sticks in this air fryer. We set it at 180 degrees. Now we set it for 15 minutes. Okay, here it's consuming about 400 watts from the battery itself, but the actual power draw from this is 372 watts. Okay. Okay. Let's go. And hopefully it should be able to survive the majority of general wear and tear. So just seeing if that actually triggers something. Nothing? Good. Everything looks good. Can't help it, man. I can't help it. Yes, clip that and make it into a emote. I need emotes for my channel. Oh, okay. Okay. It is pretty nice. Yeah. Woo, it's windy.
It's like long hair club.
Long hair club, yes. Door. Oh no, never mind.
Too short.
Too short. All right. Fabio, oh, here we go. Here we go, man. Fabio. Thank you, though. Bless. I wish you. Okay, I don't know what she is. Oh, there she's over there. Do we need to go into Sun City?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, and then find another taxi that way, because this is going to be bonkers. So the fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. Oh. All right. App, because the Twitch app generally previews the stream very smoothly. So. Okay, I just did a couple of head bobs. But let me spin you around because that's enough sunset. go. Gotta go, 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 go. Can you hear the rain? Can you hear the fucking rain? Okay. Oh yeah. Yeah, no shit.
Lloyd, Lloyd. Lloyd. Milk, please. Bless.
Degrees on one end. 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the. What's that say? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit.
Oh my god. Weak man!
Apologize to everyone, but at the same time I don't apologize at all. I'm doing this is content.
집에 가면서 먹으려고. 꿀맛.
Can you guess what this hoodie is? I'll show you the back. Okay. Okay. I got a hoodie version. So I had a shirt version the other week. So I got a hoodie version. Oh, you just so this is a hoodie version. Yeah. I know. And these feel like they're embroidered. they're rised print. The Homer feels like a normal heat transfer, but the actual black areas, it feels like it's been embroidered. So that's pretty awesome. And we can now do TED Talks. So the benefits of shitting and coming at the same time. Oh, rotate. We've got line of sight here. So there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the Bella box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be off. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. Winery is done. Okay, now the next is CF Boy. And now the next is Doronia. Is this a happy creation? Ooh, there's a bit of a bleed on top of the Dora bowl. So this is the mirror hole. Oh wow, it dips. Dips. Hey, that's all right. Oh. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your challenge. Thank you. Yes.
Welcome in. Ooh, diggy. Oh. Good lord.
It's gonna do a slow twist. Okay, we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped. Nothing's. tracking.
Oh, hang on.
App, but the Twitch app generally previews the stream very smoothly. Sorry. Okay, I just did a couple of head bobs.
over the stream. It's actually
Winery is done. Okay, now the next is CF Boy. And now the next is Doronia. Is this a happy creation? Oh, there's a bit of a bleed on top of the Doro ball. Can you guess what this hoodie is? I'll show you the back. Okay. Okay. I got a hoodie version. So I had a shirt version the other week. So I got a hoodie version. Oh, you so this is a hoodie version. Yeah. I know. And these feel like they're embroidered. They're rised print. The Homer feels like a normal heat transfer, but the actual black areas, it feels like it's been embroidered. So that's pretty awesome. Degrees on one end. 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the. What's that here? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit.
Oh my god. Weak man! Ooh, hang on.
And hopefully it should be able to survive the majority of general wear and tear. Just seeing if that actually triggers something. Nothing? Good. Everything looks good. can't help it, man. I can't help it. Yes, clip that and make it to a emote. I need emotes for my channel. So the fires, and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. Oh. All right. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Yes. Gonna do a slow twist. Okay, and we're gonna do another twist this way. Down. So I'm like shaking up a margarita. No. So hopefully nothing's dropped. Nothing's. So this is the miracle. Oh wow, it dips. Hey, that's all right. All right, sorry about that. Fruit has been dealt with. We decided to chat. It's like, oh, okay. But all good. Let's see. What's here? Okay. Let's also build up on a camera body. So let's see if there's any cameras as a saved shape within the okay, so this is a camera. Body wise, very similar to modern day cameras. So here we have the battery with the mounting plate and the USB ports. So we have such an empty gap here. We also want, or I also want to have the ability to install a voltmeter as well, and a switch. Assuming this is the correct location of where we want everything, we could shift it to the side here. But then what do we put on the inside? Or we could, oh, but we need access to the viewfinder too. But then if we lower this, which is, oh shit, already lowered. Okay, let's bring that up. All right. So the camera itself will be on a mounting plate, so that will be probably about 15 mil high. Then we want cabling to come out to the camera body as well as a monitor. Let's go monitor. We found one monitor. It's a computer screen. Okay. So I could design it, but then we want the backing to have the ability to attach the battery regardless of size. So a 2.5 amp battery is actually a third thickness of this 4 amp battery. And the 6 or 5 amp battery is a lot larger in terms of its thickness, hence making the overall size of this rig quite back heavy. So if we know that the width dimension of this battery isn't going to change, then we could potentially move the battery closer to the back of the camera body. And then we could create a somewhat of a shell. Let's go here. Let's bring this here. Let's go 5 mil thickness. Let's raise this up. And then let's call it green. So here we'll just expand. That way then the ability to have the main mounting plate still be connected to here. And that way we can mount the items up here. So the rear of the USB power board, which is actually quite flat. We just need a hole to feed the cabling through, but overall it's flat. So we could slap that literally onto the bracing here, and then that's 5 mil as well. Oh, that's the depth. 5 mil. Okay. Then we can 1. Okay, and then this one 1, 2. That way then the battery can, let me group these together, can slide in and out like so, and then any different thick size batteries will still be able to be mounted to here. The only issue, let's undo, is the bottom. So if we mount this to the existing V-mount plate, then that should be fine. We can mount it to the plate, and we'll just use a V-lock mounting plate to then mount it to the V-lock clamp. Yep. Okay. So where do we need to put the switch in order to turn on, as well as add in this is 48 by 29 by 22. So let's build that. 48 by 29 by 22. So this is the LED voltmeter. So we just bring that down to here. This one, we'll bring this down to here. Okay. Boom. Boom. Okay. It's actually quite big. But we don't want it too high. That means we might need to raise this a little bit higher in order to have everything sort of on the same level. Then this will be indented. That's a lot of space though. Oh, okay. So we have the voltmeter, which will sink into this quite possibly. No, it needs more. So this will need to be like so. All right. It was good. All the fruits was dealt with. And we still have quite a few left over. So I did mention to him that if any of his other relatives want more, they're free to come by and grab them. He's married to Filipino, so they have big families and they love fresh fruit, cucumbers and mangoes and stuff. So yeah. Okay. So we can expand that. Very fruitful. Yes, it was. So this is a camera here. The red represents the drill, the 18 volt tool battery. So let's go 150. So here we want to make sure that we have the right location. Yeah. So then we're going to expand this to make it a bit more thicker. Bring this down. All right, let's bring this across. This is minus 150. Okay, so we have a full plate here. This is ridiculous because it doesn't need to be that large. So what we can do is maybe create some kind of a curve to make it a bit more curvy. Same thing on this side, because all this top panel needs to be doing is essentially house the LED voltage meter as well as house the USB plate. Now, where should I mount this switch? Self-powered. Panel meters. Right, let's have another look and see what we have here. We have a self-powered LED voltmeter, amps, shunts. Oh, okay. Not much at all, unfortunately. Ooh, this one actually might be good in a sense, but that's only based on 12 volt, not the actual 18 volt. That's $43. Shit. Okay. I guess this will have to do. This will have to do. So then we could install the switch. Let's have a look at the measurements. 6.5 mil by 19 mil. So let's give this another color. Give this pink. So 6.5 by 19, according to this dimensions. height-wise, there really isn't any height. So we could position it here, maybe, because when we pull the battery out, it's going to be in this direction, this way. Okay, undo. Let me mirror. Okay. Okay, so it's too thick here. I find it too thick here. So if we drop this to 5 mil, we could probably just install the raised bits on the location. Although this seems a bit too big for the voltmeter, but the specifications packet. So we need 48, 29. Okay, that depth. Height is 29. Okay, height is 29. And that means this is 22. Okay. Wow. So instead of relying on creating this entire thing as one big system, although I could just put it like this. Yeah. Let's go here and drop it. So we could scale this back to here. We might 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, so we could just create the raised sections here. That means we need to create boxes of... So this would be raised to encompass the switch. That might be a bit too high. It's fine. Everything's fine. You might have to raise this just so that we can pipe through, or yeah, we can. We'll just bring this down 10. Okay. Now we need to do the same here, but we'll raise it up, we'll clear it, then we'll drop it down. And we make sure that it doesn't drop below the base wall. Then here we will drop this to here, expand. One. We'll drop this down to 2 mil, although it shouldn't need to be, but here we are. 3 mil. go 3 mil. 3 mil. Okay. So we have raised sections. So we could pipe through all the cabling underneath each individual element. So I don't know why this sticks out so much. Panel meters. And the switch 19 mil by 6.5 mil. Yeah. Okay, let's voltmeter. So there is a DC voltmeter. View all results. Load more. Okay, I think that might be it in terms of a quick design. I'm not liking how tall this voltmeter is, so you might have to figure out to do it another way. So we have 2 USBs. Let's see if we can find USB. Can we find a USB plug? USB-C. USB Type-C. USB.
Còn còn đi nữa hả?
See where we are. Ew. Okay, here we go. I think having all the items facing upwards, it would be very beneficial, because then only the user, which would be the person operating the camera, will be able to see everything. If we have the LED angled in a different orientation, then it might become more of a issue because of just lighting in a random spot. Yeah, but again, still contemplating on how to mount this volt display. I'll have a look at this another one here. The only reason why I'm using JCar is because it's the closest electronics store that we have. So voltmeter display. Okay. So a digital voltmeter. But we don't want something too extravagant. We just need something just to measure the volts. And I believe seeing a visual representation of voltage is a good indication of just a visual check. Otherwise, you can tap on the button to tell you whether or not the battery is almost depleted. So, I mean, there's that. Otherwise, we can install this voltmeter just to read it out. And knowing that once it drops below a threshold of 10 volts is the time to swap over to a different battery. So if we were to print that as is, okay, we need to first of all $150. Okay, so it is within tolerance, so that's good, I guess. And then we need a V mount, which doesn't exist because we don't actually have one. So if we need to go into Tinkercad, nope, not Tinkercad, Thingiverse, and look for V mounts, just as an idea. Plastic will not hold, so at least this will give an indication of what it should look like. V-lock. So someone has 3D printed a whole V-lock set, so we can actually download that and use the V-lock and the clamp design to work in our favor. Did it download? Let's have a look. No, it did not. Okay. Let's see here. Download again. Oh, I closed out of it before it started downloading. Okay, so download is complete. And I am receiving a out of storage space warning. Oh, okay. Interesting. Let's go to new folder 5. We'll unpack the V-lock in its own maker space. Okay, we didn't extract it, so I'll do that now. Alright, so now I'm going to add the V-lock to the model. Let's import, choose a file, back out, naming V-lock files. V-lock mail. Yeah, I think that's it. Import. All right, so let's move this out of the way. So here we have a V-lock mail plate. This will attach to the V-lock, the V mount system. And if we were to center this, quite possibly, down. Okay. Or we can expand this to be a little bit thicker, 6 mil. We go up. We it can also encompass everything, maybe. So the V-lock is actually mounted quite high on the rear plate. So we will need, this will actually work out better. We can utilize this as the platform to hide all the cabling underneath as well. So there's that. We can also raise this one up, have it as a switch. We don't want it too high where it gets accidentally connected. Sorry, it will accidentally get hit and thus switch off the unit. And if we time it right, we should be able to raise this up a little bit higher. Yep. And then, yeah, so if we raise it higher, okay, I think I know what to do. So if we just delete all those, we'll raise this to the same height. And now we were to raise this up, undo, raise up. We'll raise it to here. That way then we could use a hole tool, expand to give it some walls. Drop. We will also increase this. We'll drop down to here. We'll also increase the thickness of the base to give it some material. And we will apply color. We'll now mount the two. Group those. And now we can apply there's a whole lot of space underneath here that we could be using. So now if we were to apply a shape here to act as the lid, 3 mil. We'll now raise that up. We'll now also change the opacity, if I remember how to do that. We want this to be shown. Transparency. Okay, let's go white and transparent. Okay, so we can see inside. So we can raise this up so all of the items will be on the same level. This voltmeter will clip into shape. This switch, the rocker switch, the mini switch, will also, yeah, with these pressure clips will also fit into place. So these two are set, whereas this one will need to be installed by screw holes. But let's just quickly have a look and see how high this is. So that is the okay. That should be fine. That should be fine. Here though is a more. So if we increase this to its height, then it's way too high. Sorry about that. Then it's way too high above the, and all this would be just empty cavity. So we may have to use the voltmeter as in a horizontal direction, because all that is just literally empty gaps right here. So the power lead will funnel through to these two pins here. Then the switch will intersect between the positive line, and then so does it intersect before the meter? That way, then when it's shut off, it kills everything. Okay. But if I put it too far back, then that's extra cabling that needs to be positioned to the location where it's needed to be. Only reason why it's up here, that's why. WT, welcome in. I hope you are doing well. Let me just bring that up to here. If we bring this over to here, then we bring it down. Are we able to now? Tonight, haven't had any yet. Still deciding on what I want to eat. Thank you for asking. What we could do is just delete this entire thing based on the positioning. What about yourself? What have you had for dinner? So we have the red shin ramen. Then we also have the black shin ramen, which is a more premium product. It is currently on sale for half the price in Darwin. Coles in Darwin. Let me switch that to. Ooh, okay. Let me bring that up. So a 4-pack of black ramyun is normally $12, but it is now on sale for I could get away with that. So we could too. But then again, that kind of defeats the purpose of having the cabling not too far out. You have air fried shin ramen. Ooh. Oh. How does one do that? Air fried shin ramen. Interesting. That is very interesting. Let me bring that down and then bring that across. So now all we are left with is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We'll call this color not transparent. This one here we'll do that. And this one here we'll do. There's nothing there. Let me copy paste. It's not what I want. Copy paste. Bring it down. 5 mil. Increase. So this will become a solid wall. Might be a bit too high. So let's go 3 mil. It's an inner wall, so it doesn't have to be thick. Okay, let's go here. Transparency. How dare you? So minus 150. Then bring this one back. So here we have a switch. Here we have the voltmeter LED. Here we have the USB ports. Now I've repositioned it in such a way that it is now a challenge to try and do cable management, but at the very least this thing can be removed and then another battery can be entered in its place. Okay, let's go 150. Now let's also copy paste this one and let's go 100, and let's also shrink this one down to about 1/3 of the size. So if we bring in another battery, so that's 250. So or minus 300. I believe I put minus 350. Minus 330. Nope. Okay. So adding a slimmer 18 volt battery will look like this. Then adding the 4 amp battery that I've been showing on stream will look like this. And then a larger battery will be copy paste. 100. A larger battery will be about 85. So bring that over. So the bracket can accommodate for different size batteries, so that's good. Then this entire plate will fit onto the existing V-mount. And then, okay. Now, the problem is, how do I mount this entire thing? Because this bracket has 4. Let's just quickly measure that. 4.4. Right, let's go 4.5. Let's go 4.5. 4.5. We will now select these two and we'll now center it. paste. So we don't really need the item to be fully, but it makes things easier. So then how do we assemble all of this? If it's a single box, then that might actually, in terms of assembly and disassembly, it might be a lot easier if it was just one box. Again, we have all this extra space underneath, which, to be honest, this thing could even shrink even slower. And I don't know if I want to rotate the entire system like this. I mean, we could, and then have we could, let's undo that, let's delete that, and then use right angled adapters to rearrange the positioning of each of the major cables that we have decided to use. Let's say here like that, and then these two will need to be five. So this might be 60. And then this will raise up. Rise. And this thing we will... Oh, it's the wall. Okay, we don't need that. That's the back plate wall, which is 6 mil. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the V-mount will fit. Then we have cabling attached to here. We can use angled USBs to reach the intended positionings. So we have the V-mount, then we can apply this cover as a screw down. So this USB ports will be screwed into the box. Then the box will have a top lid which will encompass the voltmeter and the switch. And then let's see here. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Okay, so we need a deletion tool we want to apply to everywhere here. Okay, yep, we can just do that. Go up, right up to the edge, then we'll pull this in. Then we will drag this to the bottom. And we will and now hopefully when I combine the box and we have a gap for the battery to slide through. So that's one whole piece. The V-mount will be flat. Then we will need to one. Yeah, then we have the right angled adapters to compensate for the USB and the USB type C. Okay. So it's more slimline than what I had originally planned, and isn't a lot of wasted material, which is always a benefit. But let me undo this. We'll shift this down in. We'll also shift this across. We'll also shift it across over to here. And that should be fine. Because we are going to utilize this thickness to be... Alright, I know what to do. We'll go down like this. We'll also go upside downsies. And then we will expand. Okay, we will now group these two. And we will now increase this. Okay. Switch, voltmeter, USB cables here. And then we have the batteries, which will slide in, connect, and let's see, connect via V-mount. So then in the event where we need to use a more lightweight system and refer to the MPF battery style plates, then we can do so, and we still have the ability to retain the USB ports on the MPF battery plate, as well as the V-mount battery being used. Okay, so the best way to print this is vertically, because these won't be in here. This battery, okay,
That's why. Okay. All good. Let me think about that. So I also need to run line wires from the plate unit itself up to this cavity here in order to do the connecting of each of the wires to their respective locations. So yeah. Okay, I'm going to go and look for something to eat. I'll be back. I'll be back. Let's see. Oh, there's quite a few people playing Battlefield. Nice. Right. Degrees on one end. 35. Okay, let's quickly look at the. What's that say? Focus. 200. Okay. So the air fryer can reach 200 degrees Celsius or 400 Fahrenheit. Line of sight here, so there is a delay. There is a delay between the RTMP feed from the drone and the camera feed from the Bella box. What is that sound? I can hear beeping. Oh, it must be obstacle. Oh look, there's a cow. Do you know what that reminds me of? Lloyd, please do your milk challenge. Thank you. Bless. And hopefully, it should be able to survive the majority of general wear and tear. So just seeing if that actually triggers something. Nothing? Good. Everything looks good. help it, man. I can't help it. Yes, clip that and make it to a emote. I need emotes for my channel. Oh, okay.
So the fires and it will just burn itself out as long as it's not. But let me spin you around because that's enough sun.
Yeah, I'm coming back. I'm just making food. I'm reheating up some KFC. So, yeah, I'll be back. KFC reheating rice, and I'm gonna bring along some kimchi as well, because why not?
And we can now do TED Talks. So the benefits of shitting and coming at the same time.
I think my healthiest was when I changed her diet, which was really, really good. Are you okay? Wake up!
No,
You weren't kidding about that still be here.
Oh my god. Weak man!
Yeah, no shit.
Now that we're here, let's have... That's... Oh. Yeah, in overlay. In overlays. Oh.
All right. CFB, why are you staring? No, it's not focusing on me. All right, let's have a look now and see. Brave. Oh shit, he was on it. Yes. Yeah. No, no, not ramen. I heated up some KFC. Yeah. So we got hot and spicy, we got original, we got a Pepsi Max, and then we got rice and ramen as well. So this will be a bit of dinner. Well, I had KFC earlier, so this is all the leftovers. And yeah, they weren't big pieces, so yeah, might as well finish it now. Okay, let's see here. Let's go. Let's see what Jiang. Ah, yes. Mee goreng noodles, tuna, and fried 4 eggs. So yeah, I could have done like 2 mee gorengs and use the shredded roast chicken that we had left over and mix all that bad boy up. But that looks good. Indonesian 1 KFC sides. What? A butter rice as a side dish? What? Damn. Okay, shit. Not bad. But we've got kimchi right here. So, yeah. Well, dig in, everyone. I hope everyone has a good meal. All right, let's switch over to the food. And then let's switch the Chrome window to English.
On the one MC, dive.
Oh yeah, you need more kimchi. Yeah, there is a buffet KFC in Japan. I went there. We didn't do as much damage as we hoped, but yeah. Are you still streaming, Deadly, or no? Did you finish up? Oh, I think you finished up. We're having KFC and rice and kimchi. How was Battlefield? It's a bit different to Warzone. This is a lot different to Warzone, to be honest. Finished up? Nice. Nice. What are you up to tomorrow? You up to much? But top down. So yeah, we've got some kimchi here. And KFC and rice. That's pretty much it. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Probably working stream things. Nice. I've been working on some 3D modeling. So Wicked Wings are top tier global. Yeah, yes they are. Oh shit, what happened to your foot? God damn. I've been working on some 3D modeling of utilizing a 18-volt tool battery to act as a power source. And it's been done before.
There's quite a few YouTube videos like going back almost 6 years of people doing this. But I'm doing it in a way where we don't have to use a voltage, a step down voltage to convert the 18 volt down to 8 volt. What I'm going to use is a integrated power system that provides USB power. So here we have a 2-port panel. One is USB Type C, power delivery, and one is USB Type A, quick charge 3.0. So with those ports, we can also utilize newer dummy battery system which uses USB power. So and that then just removes the entire setup of trying to do accurate voltage conversions. So you need to work on the new running backpack setup. It hurts when oof, damn. Okay, well hopefully it heals up, man. Hopefully it heals up. All right, let's watch Jiang whilst we eat. Speedify, and then we need to do desktop audio.
여기가 그 한예종 그 학생분들의
Nice.
맛집이래요. 그리고
Hope you had a
이제
good
제
stream though.
친구의 아버님이 자주 가시는 단골집. 메뉴 거의 다 먹어봤는데 다 맛있다고 해가지고 기대를 굉장히 하고 왔습니다. 지켜보겠습니다. 들어보겠습니다. 저 지금 아침부터 기운이 너무 없거든요. 배고파서 그런 거겠지? 와, 메뉴 진짜 많다. 어머, 이 메뉴판이랑 저 메뉴판이랑 달라요. 메뉴가 총 몇 개야? 같은 메뉴판인 줄 알았더니 메뉴판이 2개예요. 전화를 해봐야겠어. 원래 제 친구가 오늘 같이 오기로 했는데 지금 일이 생겨가지고 좀 늦게 오거든요.
여보세요?
끝났어?
나 지금 옷 입고 가려고.
아, 야, 근데 뭐 먹어야 돼? 뭐가 맛있어? 너무 많은데 메뉴?
그 볶음밥 있는데 볶음밥? 거기 볶음밥 맛있어. 주먹밥이 진짜 맛있는데.
주먹밥?
주먹밥을 내가 엄청 많이 먹었거든. 그때 거기 뭐 있지?
김치, 순두부, 된장, 참치, 고추장, 순두부, 김치 고들고들.
미친 거 아니야? 된장찌개.
된장찌개?
나 한 20분 안에 도착해.
김밥도 먹어야 되는데. 김밥도 추천도 하고. 지금 이미 쓴 것만 8개거든요. 근데 더 먹고 싶은 게 아직 있어요. 사장님, 혹시 제일 잘 나가는 메뉴가 뭐예요? 치즈 제육? 아, 먹어야지. 추천해 주신 거.
주먹밥 세트, 된장찌개, 라볶이, 쌤볶음밥, 소고기밥, 참치김밥, 치즈 돈가스, 나가 치즈 제육볶음,
이렇게. 감사합니다. 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 와, 네, 감사합니다. 일단은 냉면 하나 남았는데 뿌니까 바로 먹겠습니다. 잘 먹겠습니다. 배고파. 라면부터 먹어야 되겠지? 아, 맛있겠다. 와, 안에 흰자만 익히고 노른자는 반숙이다. 대박. 아, 감사합니다. 약간 너구리처럼 되게 통통한 면이네. 뭐지? 라면 맛있다. 굿. 우와. 맛있겠죠? 소고기 주먹밥이 먹고 싶은데 뭐가 뭔지 모르겠어요. 반을 쪼개볼까? 아, 이거다. 바로 찾았어. 소고기가 하도 맛있다 해서. 옛날에 이게 하나에 1,000원이었대요. 아, 냉면에 잠깐만, 겨자 들어가 있네.
나 줘.
먹을래?
밥 시켜서 먹어. 그니까.
맛있게 먹어. 그럼 다른 메뉴 하나 시키겠습니다. 라볶이. 얘도 라면이니까 불기 전에 빨리. 치즈 돈가스도 중요해. 치즈 돈가스. 치즈 굽기 전에 빨리. 감사합니다. 일단 이게 맨 처음 나왔거든요. 근데 치즈가 이렇게 아직까지 계속 늘어나가지고 치즈도 엄청 많은데 돈가스 소스가 살짝 특이해. 시판이 아니라 수제 같아요. 수제, 치즈돈가스. 간은 완전 닭살. 짜지도 않고 싱겁지도 않고 딱 완벽한데 양배추 단맛. 네. 약간 옛날엔 자극적인 떡볶이가 좋았는데 요즘에는 그냥 슴슴하게 계속 퍼먹기가 좋더라고.
최애예요, 최애.
최애야? 내가 먹어볼게. 일단은 볶음밥만. 맛있다. 여기 음식이 좀 전체적으로 약간 슴슴한데 그 뭐라고 해야 되지? 중독성이 있어요. 후추 맛. 너무 맛있어. 그 약간 첫 입보다 두 번째 입, 세 번째 입 계속 먹으면 먹을수록 맛있어.
약간 중독성 있는 볶음밥.
라면보다 더 맛있다.
이모가 너무 당황하셨어요. 한 번에 이렇게 많이 시킬 줄 몰랐다고. 진짜 많이 먹는 줄 몰랐거든요.
여기는 다 원샷 원킬이네. 한번 끓여달라고 부탁을 드렸어. 에이, 맛있겠다. 냄새는 된장찌개가 제일 맛있다 했지. 너무 맛있다. 된장찌개 진짜 킹인정. 감자가 푹 익었어. 행복해. 채소 다 빼고 그냥 팍팍 퍼먹고 싶은데.
엄마 오셨어? 우리 엄마요?
어머? 너 잠깐만.
우리 엄마 왜 왔어?
가족 전부 단골인 거네, 여기가. 아, 된장찌개 진짜. 여기 오면 새우볶음밥이랑 된장찌개 일단 무조건 시킬 것 같아. 아, 김밥집인데 김밥 먹어봐야죠. 참치김밥.
얘가 잘 먹는 거네. 집에가 있어 지금.
하나 먹을 때마다. 네,
심장이
진짜. 치즈제이요.
악산 보내다. 아이고 건강이 이쁘구나. 아이고.
동네 스타네, 동네 스타. 연예인, 연예인.
지금만 말고 얘가
뭐야? 잠깐만. 제육볶음은 원래 간이 보통 간간해서 먹자마자 밥 생각나는데 얘는 진짜 밥 필요 없는 맛이야. 슴슴해. 슴슴하다고 해서 싱거웠다는 얘기가 아니에요. 간은 분명히 감칠맛이랑 다 잘 돼 있는데 짠맛이 완전 없으니까 밥이 필요가 없을 뿐. 저는 호. 완전 소스가 아니라 국물이에요. 와, 이 녀석 맛있네. 밥을 이렇게 말아 먹어도 되겠다. 여기다가 잠깐만. 우와, 맛있겠네. 진짜 처음 먹어보는 제육볶음 맛이에요. 제육볶음이라고 할 수 없을 것 같아요. 두루치기? 맛이 다 뭔가 그냥 평범한 그 김밥처럼 흔한 맛일 거라고 생각했는데 독특하다. 김치 맛있다. 김치덮밥이 맛있으니까 잘라가지고 이건 그냥 맛이 없을 수가 없구나. 와, 맛있다. 참치김밥 말고 소고기김밥도 하나 먹어야지. 제가 이러려고 라면 국물 남겨놨죠. 이러려고. 소고기에 멸치를 갈아 넣으셨나? 그럼 이 소고기에 특유한 맛이 뭐가 나는데? 뭔지 모르겠어. 제가 10개 시켰어요.
잘하는 거야?
네? 아니 아니라 뭔가 적게 먹은 것 같은데 적게 먹지 않았어요. 밥이 엄청 많은데 어떻게 다 먹지? 볶음김치면 좋겠다. 맞네. 맛있겠다.
See you, bro. Let me know if you want to catch up. Yeah? Have a good night, man.
볶음김치 아니라
And rest up your leg.
볶음김치 볶아놓은
Your foot,
다음에
sorry.
냉장고에 넣어놨다가 차갑게 하는 김치. 안 묻었어. 추억의 맛집다운 뭔가 그 어렸을 때 먹어본 약간 그런 맛임에도 좀 그 짜고 달고에 막 정신이 없었는데 여기는 간이 다 너무 적절하고 짜지 않고 너무 맛있어가지고 제가 음식 하나하나 그냥 다 이렇게 순서대로 먹었어요. 슴슴하면서도 맛있는 이 새우볶음밥과 된장찌개가 정말 맛있었습니다. 네, 여튼 오늘도 잘 먹었습니다. 아니에요. 신기하네.
날씬해가지고는 참말로.
엄청난 가성비 회전 초밥집을 찾았거든요. 한 접시당.
Got to get this new bag up and running. This is going to have a better cooling. It's got a lot of mesh pockets. Might be able to get away from having everything in the bag. Oh, okay. Cool. Yeah. Let me know what bag you got. It'll be interesting to see. Because you're using the iPhone with Moblin. So, it's a different style of cooling to what I have to deal with the orange pie. So, yeah. No, that'd be good. Okay. Oil. I'm also thinking about setting up a backpack for the iPhone and all the other items that I bring for for IRL streaming. As much as I like my small compact camera bag, sometimes I think having the ability just to open up the bag and access everything all at once might be better. Again, I've got to really think hard about cooling. So okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. You can carry water and whatnot with a big backpack. Water, sunscreen, red for when you go out in areas where there's more insects and mozzies and shit. But yeah, no, having a location for water, I think, is important, especially up here. So yeah. I am still working on my multi-camera one. It's not on the forefront anymore. Don't know why. I need to figure out the cooling, at least fan flowing in and out. Do you think this new bag will be ready for PAX or no? It's not that far away, is it? 2 more months. 60 days. 60 days. Should be nice. Yeah, you got time. You definitely have time. Oh, did you also manage to get that that Action 4? Because it's no longer online for sale on Facebook Marketplace. So, oh, and also someone was selling their DJI Pocket 3 as well a week and a half ago. And I didn't see it until a day later, and it was already sold. It's like, damn, $750, including a extended battery. It's like, what? Damn. I was looking hard at that. I already have one. I was looking hard on it. So, yeah, let's have a quick squiz at what is available now. I don't think there's much at the moment. There is a device that might be interesting to see. The Axun Simo for the iPhone. I know that some people have asked how to enter in how to connect to HDMI using an iPhone to be fed into the Moblin app. So yeah, can't go wrong with more pockets. More room. All right, let's see what is available. I did ask that person, but they haven't responded. I haven't asked yet. Only because I don't have, besides from my iPhone 11 Pro Max, I don't have another iPhone to test with, but I do have an iPad, so I could connect the 11 Pro to the Axon Simo and then have the iPad run as the Moblin main Moblin server, but then I have to redo all the URLs. Nah, it's too much. I've already added so many URLs. It's crazy. Excuse me. Damn. Oh yeah, he didn't want to move down in price. Okay, fair enough. I mean, damn. All the best for that. Okay, let's have a look. Hopefully it doesn't show off too much info. iPad 10th gen, that's actually a good price. Oh, is there a reason why you're switching everything over, or is it just something that you had planned but you haven't actually done anything yet? Just finished eating, so good. Needed that at 2 a.m. Nice, man. Nice. Yeah, 3 Mega rings, tuna, and what else did you say? I want to see it. I want to see it. Where is it? And 4 fried eggs. Yeah, okay. Nice. Oh man. That does sound good. At 2 a.m? Damn. All right. Well, hope you have a great night, brother. Yeah. Native support for Kick, TikTok, YouTube, and Twitch. Oh, wow. A few things missing, but finding workarounds. Plus, it's good for controlling lights and shit. And a glass of Sprite Zero. Ooh. Not too bubbly or not too caffeine-y at 2 a.m. in the morning. Makes sense. Cool. Trying to move from running 4 apps down to 1. Okay. Is Lumia Stream in that regard still free, or do you need to pay in order to utilize all those services together? Is Lumia Stream free, or do you have to pay? Oh. Wait. Let me read up on that. Hold. Oh, I'm using test flight, so I might not have the ability to see what you are using. Let me just check the releases on Discord because they have the official releases on each. Releases. Okay, so release version 26 2005. Oh, today. So this was released on the 4th. So this might be a bit slow then. Oh yeah, something was released today, but no one's made any notes on the release page. So they have a native dock app thing that has chat TTS. Oh, okay. So from what I'm reading here, in terms of SRT, I think they are redoing some of that in order for the SRT server to be a bit more stable. So more RTMP server, SRT LA server, RIS server, and RTSP client to new ingest page. Okay, so they just shifted that. Fix occasional decode errors to SRT LA and RIS servers from OBS. Okay. Show a user is banned in kick chat. Hide unused SRT settings when using new SRT. I don't know if I have used that, but now that I'm thinking about it, I might not. The SRT LA server, I might have to enable the test flight debug to be enabled on my particular phone. All right, Moblin. Settings. Let's go to debug, and I believe new SRT is on. So if I turn that off, will that affect the existing SRT servers that I've created? SRT stream. No, it doesn't look like it. 192.110. Ah, okay. So, SRT LA 110. Oh no, this is connected to the home Wi-Fi. Yeah. Okay. I'll have to look more into that. But from what I've used, SRT is just to have the server running, just like the RTMP server running, and then send an SRT stream to the phone. So that is how I'm able to send an SRT stream from the 03W device. So earlier this afternoon, I tested out this device here, and that contains a 03W board, which I've programmed and installed the software IRL box. That then is able to ingest a HDMI signal and then connect to the travel router that I bring with me, and then auto start sending an SRT stream from this device. So as soon as you provide power into this device, in about 1 minute and 30 seconds, it will start to stream to the SRT LA server automatically, without me setting up an app, logging in, remote signing in. It does it all automatically. But according to today's stream, there has been quite a few glitches with the incoming transmission from this device. Laggy, glitchy, losing a lot of frame rates. So I'm gonna have to go in and have a look and see the VOD based on those sections of that particular stream. So yeah, but also on the other hand, tested out a more slimline version of utilizing a phone to ingest a HDMI video signal to then stream to the Moblin app, and this was more stable compared to the SRT LA. So yeah, and all this is let me just put this dish away. So all this is literally a smartphone, an Android device. So let's just undo that. Running an app called USB Camera Pro. Then here we have a phone clamp. Then here we have a 3D printed housing, to which we have a HDMI capture device with power delivery port. Here we have a 5,000 milliamp hour power bank from Charge. Come on. Charge. And this essentially plugs into the power delivery port of this HDMI capture device, and thus provides pass-through power to the Samsung. Right now we're at 98%, so I don't know if it's going to actually provide charge. Okay, it is providing charge. It says fast charging, so we're able to do USB power delivery via the same cable that's also taking in the HDMI input from the camera. So this is a much smaller setup, and with this phone clamp we are able to remove, and we are now left with a 3D printed housing that houses all these items together. So this here is the original phone clamp. I've designed it in order to encompass the housing, and then attach the phone to it as well. So here, and now we will install the power bank. Now this way, it's a bit of a unique way that I've designed it. So it may not work for you. So I have to insert this power bank one way, push it all the way to one end, and it's locked in. It doesn't fall out further. Then I have to install this L bracket that's part of this power bank. Then I have to install the HDMI capture device and feed it through the correct hole to pass through the cable. Oh, come on. And now with some finessing, I have to now pull this as far as I can, angle this HDMI capture device up, and then slowly make both the USB port and the USB plug mate with each other, and then snap down. And then I'll just add a piece of cutout photo paper to act as a shim, so it's not too loose. And insert, done. And with the way that I've designed it, I'm able to also have the USB cable that's part of the power bank able to be connected to a charger to still charge it. So instead of having to remove the entire thing out of the case, I still have the ability to plug it into a power bank or a wall outlet to charge it. And then we will apply the phone, the smartphone, position it so that we're not bending the cable too much to cause any damage, so we're not kinking the cable. I mean, I could also maybe just use a right angled adapter, which I could just use this. So here we have a side mounted USB Type-C adapter to which we can slap it on here and then make it a bit more of a more tighter profile. And we're not charging, so we just need to power on the power bank. And now we are receiving charge. And all I need to do is to now enable the USB Camera Pro app, turn on the device to use this app, and now we are ready to accept a HDMI port or cable into this port, and then push the RTMP stream to start. And that's it for this device. And this has a hot cold shoe, so it can live on top of a camera if need be. I'm not really a fan of some of these cold shoe mounts because they keep twisting. Even if you tighten the shit out of them, they still tend to twist, and it's not great. Now, you could use an app called Axoon Go, Axoon C, I think it's called, which is a free app. It does also push an RTMP stream. However, unfortunately, we can't select device. Oh, that's a different one. Close all. Let's undo and then redo again. It will auto detect the device and ask to use the app. So I'll use the Axoon C app. So it must have updated. It's just one of those things where it used to work. Yep. Okay. Because that was one of the other apps that you could use. They could ingest a HDMI capture device and use the Axoon's app to then start the live stream. So it looks like we don't see. Let's just do that. Okay. No, it just closed. Okay. Crazy. All right. So, yeah, unfortunately, I'm unable to show the Axoon C app on this device, which is a bit weird. But we still have access to the USB Camera Pro app, to which then we just enable that on. And then we have, I'll just get a HDMI camera, just quickly. Turn this camera on. Okay. It must be. Oh no, it's got power. So it must not have all the power. Oh well. So this is a more simpler design as opposed to the previous one I had. So let's just get a phone on here. This is just a random Android phone. At great cost. At great cost. And then we'll just apply this phone here. So this is a bigger phone, so don't, So here, as you can see, a lot less weight, a lot less space being used, whereas this one has a larger capacity power bank, but this one has a smaller one, so you should be able to last a couple hours. I haven't tested fully, so but here we have a smartphone, and then the magic is this. Okay, not that. This capture device, the J5 Create video capture USB hub. So it allows for HDMI input as well as providing a HDMI output, which I don't know why you would need on a phone, and then 2 USB Type A ports. And it has a USB Type C port for adding in USB pass-through power. This thing costs $94, okay? So just keep that in mind. This thing costs $94. It is large. However, in comparison to let's put this here. In comparison to this device, the HDMI capture device with power delivery, this thing cost $40 as opposed to $94. No. So at the present moment, the iPhone 15 or 16 iPhones is unable to accept a UVC webcam. An iPad can, an iPad with USB-C, but an iPhone cannot. So I'm working on a way to try and test a device such as the Axune M1, but there is a device that it works for the iPhone using Lightning adapter. It's an older model. There is a newer model called the CMO 4K, which is also configured to use with an iPhone using USB Type-C. Now, this device is essentially what I've created this device to be, but this one is no longer being sold, and this only uses a MPF style battery, so it's not as common as like a power bank. So this can connect to, if you have the correct version, the white one called CMO, you can connect that to an iPhone that has a Lightning adapter, bring in a HDMI camera to display on the iPhone, and then push that stream via RTMP. Then that will be read by Moblin, and you can then add it in as a camera scene or camera source, much like how you add your Action 4 as an RTMP stream. So at the present moment, the iPhone cannot directly accept a USB UVC video of any sort, either via a capture device or via an Action 4 via USB cable. So you still would need to use an external accessory to read the incoming HDMI stream, and then use an app within the phone to send that stream as an RTMP or SRT stream to then be read by the iPhone. So right now I have quite a few RTMP servers prepped, and then for SRT LA I have one prepped for the auto start device, but I am now having issues that I'll have to look into and see if I can try and make that more stable. Yeah, just like it did with the Android. Yes. So with the devices that I've just mentioned, all these devices are still now currently available that you can buy right now. This here is a HDMI capture device with USB-C power delivery pass-through. This is a 5,000 milliamp hour power bank that you can still buy, and if you can get yourself a Android smartphone that has the ability to do fast charging, or at the very least QC 3.0, then that will be beneficial overall, because whilst your phone is streaming, it will be draining power. And with quick charge that this power bank is able to provide, your phone will be able to charge a lot faster and retain battery life during the stream. So yeah. Yeah, and again, a very simple, or not simple, a very intuitive way to install this. You may have a different method or a different idea to do that. So, oh, Winter Eliza, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Right now, just tinkering and showing an idea that I have using a USB HDMI capture device with pass-through power and connecting it to a power bank here. If I can get that in the right position. Snap. Slide in. Oh, I need to add the shimmy. You don't think you have the skills to do that? Hey, all good. All good. What do you do, by the way? If you don't mind me asking. Okay, so now we have that connected. We'll plug that in. And now we will see a connection to auto start an app, which we don't need to use that one. We use the USB Camera Pro. And then we just push OK. And now we have this device ready to be able to start streaming an incoming HDMI signal to send via RTMP. That's good. That's good. A lot of skills. Now I've just plugged in a HDMI cable into the camera. I'll now plug it into this HDMI capture device. And now we have a video signal coming in from the HDMI camera to, or via the HDMI capture device with power pass-through and then fed into the smartphone, as well as having charging at the same time. Jewelry making to art to other stuff. Nice. Nice. I've tried to look into doing some leather crafting, but I haven't delved into that yet. The only reason why I was looking into it is because not recently, I do have the Creality 22 watt laser cutter, which has the ability to cut out certain thicknesses of leather. So I was thinking of downloading a template or whatever, and then making the precise cuts with the laser cutter out of leather, and then start doing potentially some leather works. So I should, yeah. I just need to, I need to clear the room. I am very bad. I'm very good at hoarding. I'm very bad at clearing. So I need to make room. And with crafts such as leather crafting requires a good amount of table space. So at some point I will, but at the present moment I have other things to deal with. So for the hoard. Indeed, weak man. And yeah, now that we have a HDMI camera connected into this configuration, we could now start the RTMP stream to the iPhone running Moblin. I don't have the travel router enabled at the moment, so we won't be able to do that at the moment. Hoarding rough, yeah. It's hard. It's hard, unfortunately. But thank you again, Winter, for tuning in, and I hope you are doing well. It can, yes. This Android app has the ability to set up an SRT stream. Unfortunately, every time I've tried to do it to send to the Moblin app, it freezes. So you would clean, no problems. I would definitely might need to acquire hands to do that, extra hands, as well as getting a skip bin, because there's going to be a lot of crap to be thrown out. I appreciate the offer. Thank you. Right. Let me turn it on. All right. So this is the travel router I'll be using, and here is the Netgear Nighthawk M1 that will act as the internet connection in this configuration. So now I'm just powering on the M1, so it configures everything, and then once that's powered on, I'll power on the travel router, so the IP addresses will be recognized from the M1's IP address. In some instances where I turn on the travel router first, it will have its own IP address set, but then when I try to connect the Netgear Nighthawk M1, it doesn't want to connect. So I have to do the Nighthawk first and then the travel router. So I'll just give it a few more seconds and plug it in, and I'll show you what happens when I try to push an SRT stream from the Android app to the Moblin app using USB Camera Pro. So USB Camera Pro is a paid app, one-time payment. I think it's like less than $10, at least. Less than $10, less than $10 for sure. I could be wrong. Times are changing, so maybe they've increased their pricing since last time I've checked. All right, I've now turned on the power for the travel router. I now will have to wait until the light at the bottom here glows bright white. That will indicate that the travel router does have access to internet. So this is a self-contained unit. It doesn't rely on any other connections or ports or cables. It's just self-powered with this power bank here, and everything will be connected to the travel router's network and not the Netgear Nighthawk M1's network. Yeah, the Geo iNets are great. Too bad they don't sell these anymore. They have the more advanced version, which I believe is so this is the MT1300. The newest variant of this barrel range, I believe, is MT3000. So, yeah. All right. It's strange though, because when Winterzilla and Digital Tape is typing in, it doesn't show up on the Stream Elements chat at the bottom of the screen. So, strange. I know it happened last time with a different user. So, yeah. All right. We'll connect to the router on both devices. And we will connect to the GL, and we'll connect to the GL 5G or 5 gigahertz band. You have a Slate Plus, Tri-Social Stram Ninja. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Both devices are now connected to the same Wi-Fi network, which is the Geo iNet. I might have to just restart the Moblin app because it was connected to the home's Wi-Fi. So hopefully doing this, you will... all right. So now let's double check the SRT-LA URL. So we have SRT stream, SRT URL. We have 192.168.8.125. Here we have 192.168.8.125. So exactly the same. So now let's start the stream. Although it does have latency enabled. So let me make some modifications on this and get back to you. So I have to go back out. I have to go into here, go into settings. Okay, I now have to scroll down to RTMP SRT settings manager. And SRT Moblin, edits. We will delete latency. Okay, so I have configured the SRT address to remove the latency. So it's just straight SRT 192.168.8.125. 4000 is the port that the Moblin app is suggesting to use. Stream ID is 12345 ABCD, and that is the correct SRT address listed here. So now let's go into the SRT LA scene, and now let's also enable a widget so that we know that the camera is actually working. So I have the front-facing camera widget on the bottom, so I know that this scene is actually active and not just a black screen. We'll now select SRT Moblin, and we should now holy shit, it's working. No worries, Winter. Thank you for tuning in, and yeah, all the best. It's working. Holy shit. So in the previous SRT testing that I have done is the SRT stream would work, and then about a minute in it would glitch for a second and then continue for another minute, glitch for a second and continue on, and it'll keep going. But just doing this, it seems to be working fine. So there is, I believe, a reason why I'm not using SRT, at least in this configuration. I can't remember why. No. I was using SRT LA on the IRL box 03W setup, only because in the profile it did have the ability to add latency to the stream, whereas SRT from the IRL box didn't. So that's why. All right, so this here is the camera from the X3000, and here is the camera from the front-facing camera. So let me just hands high, close my hand. So that's quite a few seconds difference between the two. So I'm going to stop the SRT server and add delay, or I can add delay through the stream of the phone itself. Let's go to SRT LA server. Let's just quickly go to SRT stream. All right, so here there's no way to add delay from memory, because if we go into the RTMP server and select Pocket 3, we can add latency here, but in the SRT portion, we are unable to add latency or delay within the server. So that's probably why I've still added that 2000 delay in the streaming phone. So let's stop the live push. So we do that by clicking on here. Wait, live push. Oh, there it is. Stop. Okay. Let's go to settings. Let's go to SRT manager. Let's go to SRT Moblin. Yeah. Moblin. Edit. We will now more SRT. We will now add 20 or 2000 milliseconds. Edit. Okay. Let's back out. Let's try again. Live push. SRT Moblin 2000 milliseconds. So it's still too fast. So I might need to add another 250, I think. 250 milliseconds to the SRT stream. So now this could open up another avenue of adding more cameras via different types. So we could have RTMP just on the DJI cameras and then have SRT on HDMI based cameras. So let's try again. Where's my hand? 1, 2. Okay, so let's now stop the push. Let's go to settings, go into the RTMP server. We'll now continue to the SRT. We'll now add another 500 millisecond delay. Edit. And let's try again. Try the push. Live push, SRT. Alright, so now we have an SRT stream of the X3000 being sent to the Moblin app. So now let's do a quick visual test to see if everything is sync, and it looks like everything is in sync. So let me just do a quick test stream to the Bella Box scene here. The Bella Box scene here. So this is the incoming stream from the X3000 connected to the Android device using USB Camera Pro, and it's pushing an SRT stream to Moblin with a delay latency of 2500 milliseconds. And let me adjust the camera. It's using the front-facing microphone, so okay. And yeah, all right, good. That looks like it's in it. That looks like it's in sync. So I'll now cover the X3000 camera, and you should still see my face on the iPhone. I will now cover the iPhone, and now you should see my face on the X3000 camera. Now it looks like it's delayed. The audio sounds like it's delayed, unless my monitoring is bad. All right, so now that's working, so that's great. So I'm going to stop not that one. I'm going to stop this stream on the iPhone. All right, so SRT works from the USB Camera Pro app, which in previous iterations, it didn't work. So hence why I was using the RTMP address to push to Moblin instead of SRT. But now that we have that working, we should be able to now have multiple ingests from different protocols. King, welcome in. Hope you are doing well. What's been up? What's been cracking? Right, let me just stop the push coming in from the Android device. And let me go live and then stop. Okay. Let's also eject. And I now want to utilize the side adapter. Well, that feels very weird. That feels very curly. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Done. All right, so we have the side-mounted adapter, so the cable isn't sticking out too much. So now it should be a little bit more of a slimmer profile. And all this is now portable, in a sense, including the cable. But this will be attached to the camera, so it shouldn't matter. We're taking ads now, so I shall return shortly. Okay, that worked. Surprisingly, that worked. Let's try the push again. Excuse me. Oh, and we got back in. And now we'll just check the syncing. Yay! Everything seems to work, so it's great. Cool. All right. So let's stop the push. We're not live yet, so this thing can still be on. We just remove the HDMI, and we no longer have an active scene, so I'll just shut that down and exit out. Okay, close all. So that is a very small and compact configuration to provide a HDMI streaming capability to send an SRT and RTMP stream. Oh, sorry, SRT or RTMP stream to the Moblin device on the same Wi-Fi network. So happy about that. That's working, because every other time I've tested SRT by itself, it did not work at all. So yeah. Now we can try with this. I'll just put this over here. Again, we'll just plug in and wait for 1 minute and 30 seconds for the stream to start the push from a HDMI camera. Unsure as to why things got a bit so glitchy during the VOD earlier tonight. So while we wait, I can quickly have a look at that and see quite possibly. We can close that one. We can close that one. The weapon. Oh no, we were just there. YouTube. Let's go to my channel. And let's go to live. Let's scroll back to when I was doing the test IRL. Okay. So this is the incoming stream from earlier tonight, about 6:30, I believe it was. Because I need to do a stopwatch of how long this takes to power up and then start streaming. Okay, and okay, we are now starting the stopwatch. We've powered on the 03W device. We have already connected the HDMI to the 03W device, and now from testing, it ranged between 75 seconds and 100 seconds before seeing the picture show up on stream. Now it's going to show up in the bottom left hand corner of the screen. Have you tried any cams to work with CSI? No, I have not yet. I haven't actually played around with that before, so yeah. I guess I want the freedom to be able to reposition the camera, hence why we have separate cameras that's communicating wirelessly. CSI camera will be attached permanently to the device in question, so I guess if I needed an angle from that point of view, then maybe, but for the time being, no, not yet. Alright, we've just hit 1 minute and I haven't seen anything pop up yet. Yeah, the Raspberry Pi does have the CSI connector as default.
All right. And I will get ready to stop the stopwatch. Let me just quickly check to see. Oh, maybe not. I'll have to switch over. So it does do a couple of disconnects and reconnects before it is stable. All right, so 1 minute and 38 seconds. That is how long it took for this device to power on and start streaming to the Moblin app without the use of a smartphone or any interaction with any other device. It's just literally plug and play. And now I will slowly pan across and do some videoing. And where's that post? Oh, okay, it's not there anymore. Let's aim for here. Okay. So, that doesn't seem bad for the HDMI camera, but I think it was as soon as I was moving, it started jiggling. Yeah. When did you say it started doing weird shit? Weak man. Scene 2. Oh. Connecting the HDMI cable to here. Let me just bring this down. When we went to the other side, the fence line or the car? Yeah, you said it was near the fence line. Let's fast forward. All right. Oh, play. When we move from the table. Okay. All right. So I'm rigging up to be handheld now. Okay, let's keep moving. So when we moved from the table, it's did glitching. Right, so here I am about to pack up all my shit to move to just take a few quick videos from the fence line of the cliffs. Now the Action 4 camera looked good. Although it's in a small position now, but looked pretty good. Decent. Ah, yeah, I can see it now. All right, let's rewind that back. So right now, everything looks smooth. But then, and we are watching at 1080p, so then you'll start to see the degradation of the signal, and everything becomes pixelated. And at that point, I didn't even touch the camera. Yep, there. That point there, it's lost its sharpness. So I'm not sure what caused that. But then us moving, it still hasn't regained its sharpness, but we are moving in low light. So that might be a bit of a difficult situation. I don't think there was. The only interference is all the Wi-Fi that's happening. And the 03W is connected via Wi-Fi. But just during that test whilst we were sitting, didn't really seem like a bad connection either. But now moving, it does seem that we are experiencing quite a bit of non-focused and jittery type stream. That's it there. It's all pixelated, nothing smooth. The camera movement is smooth still, but not the actual detail in frame. Yeah. And I can't remember if this was switched to 1080p yet or just 4K.
And then we got back to the table and changed it to 1080p. So here I've placed it on a leveled platform, so it should have focused. Because the way I was seeing it on the back of the screen, everything looked like it was good, but the stream itself, judging from this, doesn't look good at all. That was what, almost a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes of the IRL box connected. So it might also mean I have to check the server. Because I've got the IRL box connected right now on the desk and it seems fine. Sorry. Let me bring this up. Oh, why isn't there... Oh, okay, there is audio. It's just very quiet. Ooh. I don't think it's low light. Low light would not cause this much keyframe issue. Keyframe? In camera, it looked great. On the camera screen, on the back of the camera, everything looked crystal clear. Because this device doesn't have a screen, it's all reliant on what I'm using. So... yeah.
Right. Let's head off. Yeah, oh, interference. Okay. Interesting. What do you mean by interference? Like grey? Or hissing sound?
I think I still have horizontal balancing on. Or maybe rock steady.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. Yeah. On the bottom pip, which I should change
the frame
that
seemed
angle
lower
to.
than usual. Ah, okay. I don't know, but I haven't actually tested this out fully, so it could be the 03W not connected. Okay, I'll have to look back through the VOD. Because I know that in some instances with the HDMI capture device, if I'm shooting at a higher frame rate, it tends to be a bit more weird. Oh, I've still set this to 4K.
Well, then after changing it,
issue,
I don't know if it made any difference.
Let's go 1080p. Let's also switch the resolution of the video recording down to MP4. Okay. Right, I've just quickly changed everything back down to 1080p. Yeah, because we were testing it yesterday. So, let's go here. Yeah, let's switch to SRTLA.
Oh, there it is. A bit of stuttering, you could say.
Yeah, the panning on this tripod ball head is slowly losing its springs.
or the follow. So it seems okay now, but at the same time, we were back
Not
at
the
the
best
camera.
panning, but that's what we got.
Sorry, we're back at the table. Oh, that skip there that happened. Not sure about that.
Yeah, that's always hard. Sometimes it's always hard, hit or miss.
Okay, I'll have to look into that further and see why that's the case. Right, it's 12:30. I might call it a night and get some sleep. Thank you to everyone who has tuned in, and hopefully you all will take care of yourselves. Hope you have a good morning, good afternoon, or good night, wherever you may be. Let me see if there's anyone to raid. I should start raiding. Okay, let's go. Following. Rusty is on, so let's go and raid into Rusty. Again, thank you to everyone who's tuned in, and let me just quickly have a look here. Thank you to Winter Eliza for the follow earlier tonight. Thank you, King. Thank you, Weekman. Digital Tape. DJ Reminisce, of course. Deadly. CSDW. Who else? Neil and Blooms. Coming in to have a chat. Based in New York in the US. Thank you again to Ted to having a good chat from YouTube in regards to Starlink or a booster system for remote reception. So yeah, all right, let's raid into Rusty and just say a big hello to Rusty. All right. Thank you again to everyone, and hope you have a good morning, afternoon, or night, wherever you may be. Yes. Bye. I'll try to stream earlier tomorrow.
You didn't say the magic word. You didn't say the magic word.
Thank you and bless.